All right, 4 members present. We have a quorum. Next up is citizen comments period. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 1, a resolution canvassing the returns and declaring the results of the December 9th, 2023 runoff election of the city of Kyle, Texas. And if you'll bear with me, I have some things to read. It's a little shorter than the last one, though, so that's nice. All right, there came to be considered the returns of the runoff election held on the 9th day of December 2023 for the purpose of electing a city council member, District 4, and it appearing from said returns duly and legally made that each of the candidates in said election received the following votes. Claudia Zapata, 120 early, 79 on election day for a total of 199 votes. Laura Lee Harris, 239 early, 138 on election day for a total of 377 votes. Therefore, it is found, determined, and declared by the City Council that said election was duly called, that notice of said election was given in accordance with the law, and that said election was held in accordance with the law, and that Laura Lee Harris was duly elected to District 4. Said above named party is hereby declared duly elected to said office, subject to the taking of the oath of office as provided by the laws of the state of Texas. And I'd like to make a motion to approve the canvass. All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Bradshaw that we approve the canvass. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, motion carries 4-0. And next up is agenda item number 2, recognize outgoing Councilmember Bradshaw. For those of you who don't know, we got our opportunities to say goodbye to Councilmember Bradshaw the other night. So I don't have a whole lot I want to add other than I just want to say thank you for the way that you conducted yourself on this dais. You were very much a calming presence. You made sure that on the things that you cared about, that you had your voice heard, and certainly made an impact in that way. And so while we're excited to see Councilmember-elect Harris come forward, she has big shoes to fill because of the impact that you made on this council. Any other commentary? Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Just again, we had our meeting the other day, and so it was great to see everybody. Ms. Bradshaw, Councilmember Bradshaw, it was a true honor to serve with you these past 3 years. Learned a lot about you, and again, to reflect off what the mayor said, you know, you were a sense of calm and demeanor to our council, and I appreciate all your input and the impact that you made for the city, for our city. And something that for the rest of the residents don't know about Ms. Bradshaw here, some of y'all might have seen her through the years, and maybe real quiet, and to her in a sense to where she was able to hold herself to where we're at. I know it's a little hard for me, but Ms. Bradshaw had a very compassionate and caring heart. There have been times when on the dais, as you know, through the years, it would get a little crazy. Sometimes for myself, there's a lot of things that I had, like if I had a bad day at work, whatever the case may be, or a long council meeting, Ms. Bradshaw would always reach out the next day or so just to check on me to see how I was doing, and just give that kind of sense of feeling to where, you know, when I was going through some issues on council, maybe things didn't go my way, Ms. Bradshaw made me see things a little bit differently, and I wanted to say thank you for everything on that end. And wish you well, and I want to wish your family well as well. Nick, also, if he's out there listening, I want to say thank you to him for sharing her with us on the dais, because I know being an elected official, sometimes the other parent can be able to have to take the duties of a family member while they're away at meetings and so forth. So I wanted to say thank you to the rest of your family as well, and best of luck, Ashley. Really appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Councilmember Zuniga.
Oh, just thank you. I also want to say to Ms. Ashley Bradshaw, thank you for your impact, for your nice words, and for teaching me when I was new to the dais, and for just showing me lots of things to look for in new developments and agreements, and for keeping those high standards for many of the new amenities that are coming to Kyle. And once again, it was a pleasure to work with you, and I just wish you the best of luck in what it is you go and do in the future. So thank you, Ms. Bradshaw.
Councilmember Parsley, you're up.
I thought we were doing the church meetings. Well, I'm really sad because I wish that I would have pushed to work with you sooner than later, and then realize that we had so much in common. I appreciated to have somebody that had that high quality and high standard vision that I had for Kyle and not just settling for anything. So I'm gonna miss you, but I know we'll keep in touch. You definitely left a really, really high stamp for the city of Kyle, so to include the chairs.
Yeah.
So thank you.
You have anything you want to add? Come on.
I told Brian that I would say I'm rolling off the dais. We have a little internal joke going on, and so I guess it is my time to roll off. And honestly, I'm really excited for the city's leadership and the staff. I feel like you all are in a really great place, and I am so excited to see what you all accomplish over these next few years.
Awesome. Well, every outgoing council member gets a memento. It does not ever fully encompass the sacrifice and service that are required, but it's important that you receive one. This is a plaque that has your council photo as well as your time of service. And so on behalf of the city of Kyle, we just want to say thank you for everything you've done for us.
Thank you.
And if there's no further items, we will adjourn into the swearing-in ceremony for Ms. Laura Lee, and then we will have an opportunity to have some remarks. And then at 6 o'clock, we will start with our next meeting. All right, motion to adjourn. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you. Honor tradition of doing a swearing-in ceremony. I'm very excited to bring forward Laura Lee Harris to be sworn in as our newest council member. Ms. Jennifer has agreed to do the swearing in, and so I'm going to hand the microphone over to her where you can do your swearing in, and then you'll be offered the opportunity to give some remarks.
Dr. Harris, I am excited to be the person to swear you in, and I'm so glad to begin our work together over the next 3 years. So if you'll repeat after me. Put your right hand up. I state your name.
I, Laura Lee Harris,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office of
the duties of the office of
City Council District 4,
City Council District 4,
City of Kyle,
City of Kyle,
of the State of Texas,
of the State of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state, so help me God.
and of the state. So help me God.
Thank you. Congratulations, you're sworn in.
Thanks so much, all my friends that are here. I really appreciate you being here for this. You worked hard to help me accomplish this, be on the dais tonight. It's a thrill to be able to take that stand. Introduce you to my son, Jay Bachman. Some of you have met him, some have not. He lives in Wimberley, and my daughter-in-law just got back from California, and she is exhausted. So, and my grandkids are where?
One's on the golf course, the other, I don't know.
Typical of my grandkids. They're teenagers. You know how that goes. So I'm really looking forward to being able to serve the city in this position. I've been serving the city as a board member of Parks and Recreation for a little over 2 years now. Have so thoroughly enjoyed it. And I really respect the council members. I think that it is a wonderful group. The staff are amazing. And I'm really looking forward to having impact and working with my friends on the council and the staff and in the community. I'm open for any comments that you may have, so always feel free to contact me. Thank you.
All right, that concludes. We will start our next meeting here in just a few minutes. The time is 5:58 p.m. It's Tuesday, December 19th, and I'm going to call this TRS Board meeting to order. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Inglesby, Mitchell,
Here.
Tobias,
Present.
Heiser,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Zuniga,
Present.
Harris. Here. Parsley,
Here.
Cohen.
Here.
Okay, 8 members are present. We have a quorum. Next up is citizen comments period. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward on this item? All right, seeing none, we're going to close citizen comments period. It's now closed. All right, next up is agenda item number 1, an election of the Board of Directors of the Tax Increment and Reinvestment Zone number 5, City of Kyle, Texas, to elect officers of the board. Ms. Leiby, are you up?
Stephanie Leiby, Norton Rose Fulbright, bond counsel for the city. Before you today is just an action item, since this is the initial meeting of the tourist board for election of tourist officers. Pursuant to 311 of the tax code, when city council created the tourist, the chair of the tourist was appointed, and that was Mayor Mitchell. Any action that you all take tonight would be appointment of vice chair, secretary, and then any other officers that you guys deem appropriate for the tourist board. So happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
So I don't think this is a TRS that intends to meet regularly, just based on the way that it's constructed. Maybe wants more to issue relevant bonds down the road.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would imagine that this tourist board may meet annually to set a budget.
Okay.
Or to calculate any payments that may flow through the tourist to city council, but it would not be something that would meet with any regular frequency.
Okay. Does anybody have an objection to just, can we put in that the mayor pro tem serves as the vice chair, just because we don't know when we'll meet or who will be on? That's more of a designation. Is that legal as opposed to an actual individual? Is that okay with y'all? I'd like to make a motion to appoint the vice chair position to whoever is holding the title of mayor pro tem at that time.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. 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 All opposed? All right, motion carries 8-0. Do y'all see any reason to appoint a secretary? I don't think that's necessary. All right. All right. Is there anything else on this item?
It would be helpful to have the city secretary appointed as the secretary, because it just helps facilitate the agenda setting and document prep.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to appoint the city secretary as secretary for TRS number 5. Motion by mayor, seconded by mayor pro tem. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 8-0. Anything else for item number 1? All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 2, adopt an official seal for tax increment reinvestment zone number 5. Ms. Leiby.
Once again, Stephanie Leiby, Norton Rose Fulbright. I think in agenda backup, we've provided a mock-up for a potential seal for tax increment zone number 5, which would be used for all official records for actions taken by the board. If that's sufficient for the board, you all can adopt that as the official seal for this TRS.
Does that, anybody have any questions or comments regarding the seal? No. Motions?
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve this item.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Parsley, I think. Or was that, all right, I guess we should say Commissioner. Commissioner Cohen's, we're all commissioners on this. All right, is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 9-0. Next up, agenda item number 3, resolution of the Board of Directors for Tax Increment and Reinvestment Zone number 5. City of Kyle, Texas, adopting the final project and financial plan for the zone in connection with the development of the zone, approving an economic development agreement, recommending approval of final plan to the City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas. Ms. Leiby.
So City Council for City of Kyle previously approved the preliminary finance plan for tax increment reinvestment zone number 5. What was provided in board backup was that plan adopted by council in final version. We did go to County Commissioners Court this morning to get their approval of the interlocal agreement. In connection with our discussions with Commissioners Court during that meeting, they indicated to us that they are willing to participate in this zone, but for purposes of calculating the county's tax increment, they wanted the county road and bridge tax to be deducted from the county tax rate. And so we have made corresponding changes to the documents, to the project and finance plan to change the defined term for county tourist increment to exclude that road and bridge tax. It's 2 cents per $100. They'll have to have corresponding changes to both the interlocal agreement and the 380 agreement. That'll be approved. And so if you all decide to take action to approve this plan and recommend approval to City Council and approve the 380 agreement, the 380 agreement for the economic incentives is a tri-party agreement between the city, the tourist board, and the developer. We would ask that at that action item note that the documents would be updated to notate that modification to the county's tax increment.
Okay. Is there a motion language for that that's specific that you want us to make? Or it's just a motion to approve with the future amendment, removing the county's bridge tax?
Motion to approve with the changes described by bond counsel
Okay.
and authorization to execute the agreement in final form approved by city attorney.
Okay. Does anybody have any objections to moving forward with that? I'd like to make a motion to approve the final project and financing plans with the changes outlined by bond counsel just now, and to authorize the city attorney to execute those contracts.
But and also authorize the city manager to approve in a form approved by the city attorney.
And to authorize the city manager to approve a form outlined by the city attorney.
And we need the approval of the 380 agreement as well.
And to approve the 380 agreement as well.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, second by Mayor Pro Tem, that we approve all of that. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 9-0. Anything else?
Nothing for me.
All right, motion to adjourn. Okay, we are adjourned. Painless. The city manager, reconvening to executive session pursuant to section 551.08 Texas Government Code, project two-step, project hot pursuit, project heat stroke. All right, thank you. Now, motion to adjourn. Okay, we are adjourned. Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:10 p.m. It is Tuesday, December the 19th, and I'm going to call this regularly scheduled city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Tobias,
Present.
Heiser. Here. Rizzo,
Present.
Zuniga,
Present.
Harris,
Here.
Parsley.
Here.
All right, all members are present. We have a quorum. Next up, approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the minutes for December 5th, special meeting, and the regular meeting for December 5th, 2023.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Parsley, that we approve the minutes for December 5th. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I do not have anyone who is registered to speak ahead of time. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward now? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments. Citizen comments is now closed. Next up is agenda order. Is there anyone who wishes to request to move any of these items around? All right, seeing none, we'll move forward to agenda item number 4, appointments, a resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas, making appointments of individual council members to serve as representatives on the boards and commissions interview panels. Ms. Schmeits.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Schmeits, Assistant City Manager for the record. Okay, so before you tonight is the boards and commissions appointments to the interview panels. On January 2023, the council adopted a policy requiring council members to be appointed to the interview panels for the city boards, commissions, and committees each year after the November elections. The council also appointed members to the interview panels for 6 of the city's boards and commissions that evening. These 6 were chosen as they are the most active and would likely require interview panels at some point throughout the year. Current appointments looks like as follows. Arts and Cultural Board was former council member Flores Kale. Economic Development and Tourism Board, Council Member Heiser. Library Board, Mayor Pro Tem Tobias. Parks and Recreation Board, Council Member Parsley. Planning and Zoning Commission, Mayor Mitchell. Train Depot Board, Council Member Zuniga. Here's a list of all of the boards, commissions, and committees that we have. So options before you tonight is to appoint individual council members to the interview panels for each of the 15 boards, committees, and commissions. Appoint individual council members to the interview panels for a portion of the boards, committees, and commissions as determined necessary by the council, or do not make any appointments. Staff recommends appointing council members to the following boards: Arts and Cultural Board, Economic Development and Tourism Board, Kyle Area Youth Advisory Council, Library Board, Parks and Recreation Board, Planning and Zoning Commission, Train Depot Board, and the Board of Adjustment. For these following reasons, they're the most active. They will likely require interview panels at some point within the next year. The committees, we're not recommending those for interview panels because they only exist for 1 year from the date of creation. And some boards and commissions have different requirements for how many members are selected and appointed and may not require an interview panel.
Can you go 2 back?
Yes,
to your recommendation? You said arts, econ development, kayak, PARD, library.
Planning and Zoning, Train Depot, and the Board of Adjustment. So the 2 new ones would be the kayak and the Board of Adjustment.
Okay, now can you go back to the one a couple before?
Yes, sir.
All right, there we go. All right, so we have Councilmember Flores Kale's no longer on the board for Arts and Cultural Commission. With regards to the remainder, are we happy with where we're at? Does anybody have a desire to switch around or move? Commentary?
I'd like to stay on the library board.
I'd like to remain where I am too.
All right, so we've got Tobias still on the library. Parsley's on Parks.
I'd like to stay on economic development, but I am willing to step aside if someone else would like to do it this year.
All right, I don't see Kayak here, but I know you served in that capacity. We just never officially created that.
Right. I think
Liaison.
Kayak became more active as we went through the year last year, and so now we are foreseeing that we might need to have an interview panel and might need a council member appointed to that.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to do that, but again, if anyone else wants to take a whack at it.
Does anybody have thoughts?
So I'm on the train depot board, but there's not a lot of activity there, but there are many functions throughout the year there. The one that I'm most busy with is not on here. That's the Animal Shelter Advisory Board. That one I'm very time consumed with. Meets almost 4 times a year, plus extra meetings, and a lot to follow up with. So if anybody up here, Laura Lee, I know you just joined, if you'd like to go onto the train depot board, I mean, if you have a desire for that, it's a historical type of commission. And I'll stay on the Animal Shelter Advisory Board until
I'd be happy to do that.
someone else wants that.
We also have the arts board open.
Does anybody have a desire to serve on the Arts Board interview panel?
I don't know if Councilmember Rizzo wants to serve in any of them.
I'm looking through them right now.
So it's Arts, Kayak, Train Depot, the Board of Adjustments. We don't appoint to the animal shelter, so that's a different,
Right.
that's not for us to, it's not our board.
I'll take the Arts and Cultural Commission. If nobody else is interested.
And what about Kayak? Are we okay
Yep.
with Councilor Heiser continuing with Kayak? Okay. And then does anybody have a desire to do the Board of Adjustments?
Can we have 2 positions to?
Yeah, you can, if you want to do it. That's fine.
I'll select that one. Board of Adjustment as well, if anybody.
So Tobias?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Train Depot
I'll take
is
Board of
Harris.
Adjustment and stay on library.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to make a motion, if there are no objections, I'd like to make a motion to appoint as follows, city council members to serve as interview liaisons to the interview panel on behalf of the city council. For the Arts Board, Councilmember Rizzo. For the Economic Development Board, Councilmember Heiser. For the Kyle Area Youth Advisory Commission, Councilmember Heiser. For the Parks and Rec
That's me.
is Council, did I say it wrong? All right, hang on. So before the motion, I've got for Arts Board, Rizzo, Econ Dev, Heiser, Kayak, Heiser, Parks and Rec, Parsley, and Library, Tobias, P&Z, Mitchell, Train Depot, Harris, Board of Adjustments, Tobias.
Yes.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to appoint council members to serve as liaisons to the interview panels for the following boards. Arts Commission, Councilmember Rizzo. Economic Development, Councilmember Heiser. Kayak, Councilmember Heiser. Parks and Rec, Councilmember Parsley. Library, Councilmember Tobias. Planning and Zoning, Mayor Mitchell. Train Depot, Councilmember Harris. And Board of Adjustments, Mayor Pro Tem Tobias. Is there second? Second. All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Heiser. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 5, a resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas to appoint an elected official to the Central Texas Clean Air Coalition for the 2024-2025 terms. Mrs. Roecker.
Hello, Mayor, Councilmember Kathy Roecker, Stormwater Program for the record. The Clean Air Coalition's purpose is to facilitate development, adoption, and implementation to maintain the federal 8-hour ozone standard for the area. The coalition also establishes and monitors efforts toward improving air quality for the area. They develop strategies to implement. They do work with all of the coalition members, offering cities options that are up to the cities if they want to implement them. So it's very flexible. And then they provide the CapCog's executive committee with recommendations for administering funding. So it's a very important coalition for the city to be a part of because we can get federal dollars. The Clean Air Coalition's appointment is a 2-year term. It starts the beginning of January of even-numbered years and runs until December of odd-number years. So 2024 will be a new appointment. And the Clean Air Coalition is requesting that the City of Kyle City Council either reappoint Councilmember Heiser or appoint a new elected official to serve on the Clean Air Coalition. The Clean Air appointment must be done by resolution, and we need one elected official. They do choose that. There's judges, mayors. It's higher level staff that are appointed to the Clean Air Coalition. One thing that the city can elect to appoint a proxy, whoever is the general member, they have to have a proxy. It can be an elected official. The benefit of having an elected official as the general member's proxy is that during those meetings, the City of Kyle will have a vote at the table. I had been a proxy for our general member, but when I do attend the meetings, then I don't get to vote, but I sit there. But it does, you'll see here in a minute, it counts toward attendance. They actually do take attendance, and it is a big deal. So this, I put more here in a minute. Oh, and the meetings are quarterly, and they are in South Austin, and they are in person. The bylaws, representatives are expected to attend all meetings. All meeting records are recorded and maintained. There's rules if, members miss. And then the representative, of course, like I just said, can designate a proxy that can attend in the general member's place. But again, if that proxy is not an elected official, they can't vote. But it does not count toward not being there, not being in attendance. And if the general member cannot attend the meetings, they need to be notified that the proxy will be sent in their place. So the options are re-elect Councilmember Heiser to represent the City of Kyle on the Clean Air Coalition, appoint a new council member to represent Kyle on the CAC. We can select, again, a proxy for the general member. And again, if that is an elected official, and again, the proxy will only show up when the general member cannot attend these quarterly meetings in person. The benefit of sending a proxy that is the elected official is they'll get to vote. And then we also have to assign a backup, because I sat on the Clean Air Coalition Advisory Committee, and now they're asking for a proxy for me as well. But we're going to do that internally with city staff.
Okay, does anybody have any thoughts? Councilor Heiser.
Yeah, so I would like to step aside from this board and discuss Councilmember Rizzo as the one who would take my spot, because he is whose spot I took last year. So putting him back onto this board, for which he has familiarity, I think would be a good idea. So if he's open to it, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Robert Rizzo as the general member of the Clean Air Coalition.
Councilman Rizzo, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. It's something that I enjoyed being a part of, was serving on the Clean Air Coalition as a second vice chair. I definitely took the job very seriously, and I enjoyed it. But I definitely would like to give anyone else a opportunity to think about taking this position. Councilmember Zuniga, you're kind of new to the dais. Is it something that you feel you'd like to do? If not, I definitely will accept the position.
I'm just concerned with the attendance record of it, Rizzo. I know you told me that you do work in South Austin, so that might be easier for you to navigate that. I work in North Austin, so for me to get to these meetings, look like they're daytime.
Correct.
Yeah, 11 o'clock, 11:30-ish.
Yeah, I'm interested in being the proxy elected official that can vote, but not be the main person.
Okay.
But definitely, I'd like to make a motion if you. You want that position.
Let's see if there's any other commentary first. Does anybody have any additional?
No, I
thoughts?
think that's fine. If Councilman Rizzo is willing to step back into that role again, I would support it as well. But you have a motion on the table, correct? So, okay.
Well, he said he'd like to make a motion. I didn't
Okay.
receive it as a motion
Oh, perfect.
and took the dais away. So
Okay.
that is a technicality there, but I wanted to give Councilman Rizzo a chance to respond. So if you'd like to make a
Yeah,
motion,
I'd
go
like to
ahead.
make a motion to appoint Councilmember Rizzo to the Clean Air Coalition and Councilmember Zuniga to be Councilmember Rizzo's proxy on the Clean Air Coalition.
All right, motion by Councilmember Heiser, seconded by Councilmember Parsley, that we appoint Councilmember Rizzo to the Clean Air Coalition and that as the general member, and that we appoint Councilmember Zuniga to the Clean Air Coalition as Councilmember Rizzo's proxy. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right,
you.
thank you, Kathy. All right, next up is agenda item number 6, a resolution approving the appointment of Jenna Krennick to seat 5 of the Economic Development and Tourism Board. Ms. Vargas.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Victoria Vargas, Director of Economic Development, for the record. I'm here to present this item for approval and consideration and approval of Jenna Krennick. She is here in the audience, and she would like to fill seat 5. She is qualified for the seat. The interview panel unanimously agrees that this recommendation should move forward. Jenna has been a resident of Kyle for the past 3 years. She's a current Texas State student studying digital media innovation and business administration, and she's the general manager at Summer Moon. So she's eager and excited to join the board if you should accept her, our recommendation to approve her.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any commentary, thoughts, motions?
Yeah, I just want to say that I think I'm very excited about this nomination. I think she brings a unique perspective to this newly formed board that's very important when we factor in the direction in which our city is heading. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve Jenna Krennick to the vacant seat on the Economic Development and Tourism Board.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Heiser, seconded by Councilmember Zuniga, that we appoint Jenna Krennick to the Economic Development Board. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Good luck. All right, next up is agenda item number 7, a resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas to make an appointment to the Alliance Regional Water Authority Board of Directors to replace Derek Turley for an unexpired term expiring April 2024. Ms. Schmeits.
Good evening, Amber here again. This item is coming back to you as it was tabled or postponed to this date certain tonight. Our request is for you to consider an appointment to the ARWA Board of Directors. A little bit about ARWA, it stands for Alliance Regional Water Authority. They're a regional water authority that was formed for the purpose of resolving the long-term water needs of its sponsors. It was originally created in 2007 as the Hayes-Caldwell Public Utility Agency, and later was converted to Alliance Water in the 2017 legislative session. Provides water on a wholesale basis for its sponsors. And here are the sponsoring entities listed out for you. ARWA is governed by a 13-member board of directors appointed by the sponsors. The City of Kyle holds 3 seats on the board. Myself and Tim Sanford, Wastewater Treatment Division Manager, are currently on the board of directors. The City of Kyle has 1 vacant seat with a term expiring at the end of April 2024. Guidelines for appointment, you must be at least 18 years of age and a resident of the territory located in the authority or an employee of the sponsor. Again, the 13-member board. The meetings are the 3rd Wednesday of every month at 3 p.m. I believe there was a question at the last meeting about if elected officials served on the board, and there are 2 elected officials currently on the board with the City of San Marcos mayor and council member. Locations vary, but many of the meetings may be attended via Zoom. Options, you can appoint the mayor or a council member, appoint a City of Kyle employee, appoint a City of Kyle resident, do not appoint anyone. Recommendations, staff recommends appointing the mayor, a council member, or a city employee of the council's choosing. Any questions?
All right, does anybody have any questions or comments? I think Mr. Langley had some discussion with me about thinking that it might be beneficial for him to serve on that board. Do you want to provide any comments on that?
Yes, sir. I think just water infrastructure is a critical part of the city's future, and if the council is willing, I would like to be serve on the board. I think I can provide some assistance to our staff and to the team and the other cities to try to get some projects moving forward and get them to the city of Kyle quickly.
Any additional thoughts? That makes sense to me. All right, I'd like to make a motion to appoint the city manager to serve the third unexpired term on the ARBA board.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilor Heiser. Is there a discussion on that motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so it expires next year in April, or do we just bring it back then, ma'am? Oh, okay.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, under reports and presentations, agenda item number 8, presentation and award of a certificate of appreciation from the Kyle Police Department to Hector Villarreal for his actions following the issuance of a local Amber Alert leading to the swift recovery of 2 children. Chief Barnett.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police, for the record. Thank you for allowing us a few moments tonight to draw attention to some of the heroic actions and swift response of one of our local Kyle citizens that helped us recently. Back on November the 21st, the Kyle Police Department began a search for 2 young girls, 6 years of age, that were believed to be missing and to be potentially endangered. Investigators throughout the afternoon looked for these 2 young girls with information that they had, and as darkness settled, we kind of lost any leads that we had, and we needed to reach out to our community and our surrounding communities for some assistance. We ultimately met all of the requirements to request DPS to issue an Amber Alert, and an Amber Alert was sent out across the state of Texas. We're here tonight to recognize the actions of Mr. Hector Villarreal, a local citizen who was driving home that evening from being out of town and got his Amber Alert on his telephone. He was able to get the contents of that Amber Alert, and within minutes, saw a vehicle parked at a convenience store off to the side, not at the front door, off to the side in the shadows, that he thought looked generally similar to the vehicle that had been described in the Amber Alert. He didn't just pass that vehicle up. He didn't just go on home and just think he might have saw the vehicle and take no action, but instead he slowed down. He decided to enter the parking lot to make a safe distance drive around in an inconspicuous manner and got a better look at the vehicle. He was able to obtain the make, the model, the description, the paint color, and ultimately a license plate number, and verified that that matched that Amber Alert where we were looking for these 2 young girls. He quickly called 911. He heeded their instructions and remained at a safe distance, confirming that this was in fact the vehicle that we were looking for. That 911 agency sent law enforcement agencies from 2 different agencies, 2 different law enforcement agencies, a county sheriff's department, and they relayed that information to Kyle PD, and we also responded. Successful outcome. We did recover those 2 young 6-year-old girls that night. They were, in fact, in a dangerous situation. They were not being cared for properly. They were with someone that was arrested on multiple charges for possessions of very, very dangerous drugs in the vehicle. That person was not even aware of where they were located, or whether these children were even still in the car. So as a way of reminding you and taking this opportunity to remind everyone the importance of the Amber Alert, we know the Amber Alert has been around for quite some time. In fact, it was created after an event that occurred in Arlington, Texas in 1996, where young Amber Hagerman was abducted and found several days later deceased. They discovered that there was a need to have an immediate alert system that would be shared across the neighboring communities, perhaps statewide and into other jurisdictions. And that system is now what we call the Amber Alert here in Texas and across the nation. And it's used often when children are in danger and when we need to get word out quickly beyond the regular local law enforcement. We need to call upon our local citizens. The Kyle Police Department tonight would like to recognize Mr. Hector Villarreal in recognition for his quick thinking and accurate relay of vital information that helped first responders locate a vehicle and prevent potential injuries to the 2 children in an active Amber Alert. If we can invite Mr. Hector Villarreal, our local citizen, to come forward and receive this certificate of appreciation, and I would like to invite you to say a few words if you'd like first.
All right, thank you very much. Hi, good evening. My name is Hector Villarreal. I am 22 years old, And I would like to thank the Kyle Police for this certificate that I am receiving. But I would also like to say some words. When I was on my way home, and I saw the Amber Alert, I know that God was trying to tell me something. Not quite sure what he was trying to tell me, but he was trying to tell me something. So once I passed that store, something made me look just to that store. Once I saw that store and I saw the vehicle description match just as the Amber Alert, I quickly went into the store and made sure that everything matched up. Once I made sure that everything matched up, I gave the police the call. And once I waited for the police to arrive, I just wanted to make sure that the girls were just safe and unharmed.
All right. Perfect. On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank y'all so much.
Not all heroes wear capes. That's incredible. Does anybody have any commentary? Councilmember Parsley.
Yes, I did wanted to add something. So we are incredibly grateful for your actions. Not everybody would stop by. Not everybody will just take a second look at the car to see, hey, is this a car that I just got an alert with? I can't remember how many text messages probably Chief got from me because those two minors were from my neighborhood, and I had a full inbox of messages from everybody to see what was going on, what are we doing, when are you guys gonna issue an Amber Alert, and everybody was going crazy. So when I heard that they had been, the kids, that the two children were back home safe, and she said somebody responded to the Amber Alert, I said, that's why we have those services. So it made me so happy to have you here and be able to say thank you on behalf of the city of Cal, on behalf of my neighborhood, for your actions.
Yes, sir. Mr. Villarreal, thank you so much, sir, for getting involved. You're right. Probably something was telling you from above, in a sense. And sometimes these stories don't end the way they do, very tragically. But for you to really stop and think about the situation and getting the information and following the directions from the 911 operator, I'm sure it said to keep it a safe distance. The outcome, you saved those little girls. And I'm sure their families will be eternally grateful for what you've done. So always remember that you were there at the right place at the right time. And we cannot thank you enough for what you did, and the city as well. So thank you so much, sir, for your bravery and your commitment to making sure that those little girls were safe. You're their hero, by the way. Remember that. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Harris.
My ex was a police officer in Arlington when the Amber case happened, and he was on that case. It haunted him the whole 40 years of his career. So thank you so much for saving those girls. It won't haunt us.
Yes, I also want to thank you, sir. Just having that reflex and that instinct to think about what you just saw on that Amber Alert. Some people would have, not looked at it and continued going, but then the next day you would have lived with that, knowing that you could have done something about it, if the situation had gone to worse. but doing the right thing. I mean, you made the right decision, and very, very thankful for that.
Anyone else? Thank you again, Hector. Appreciate that
Thank
very
you.
much. All right, next up is agenda item number 9, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction regarding Project Two-Step. Ms. Vargas.
Victoria Vargas, Director of Economic Development. For the record, I'm here to present to you a project that we call Two-Step. The developer is Capella. This project is very exciting to me because for many years I've been a resident of the area and have seen this land vacant and been excited to see who wants to take it on and what they can do with this property. You're very familiar with the 150 East curve. It's right where the Dairy Queen is. So everybody that can see the map. It's where 150 splits the two properties. There's an east tract and a west tract. It's about 45 acres total. And so the developer is here. I will introduce him in a moment, but I'll just give you some brief background on the project and what to expect, and then we'll have a presentation from Capella. This is kind of what we can expect just in documents and timeline of how we would recommend to proceed with council's direction. There will be a development agreement, a PUD for zoning, and land use, any variances that might come up. There's an economic development incentive request from the developer through a Chapter 380 agreement. We are here on the 19th presenting an open session, and we are requesting council's direction on moving forward. And we can bring back by February and March, we can bring back the PUD, the DA, the 380 for consideration, along with the public hearing for the rezoning of the property. There is a financial request from the developer for approximately $14.3 million, and by way of 50% property and sales tax rebates for approximately 15 years. But the net benefit to the city that we will see over the next 20 years from this project, outside of the incentive request, is $22 million in increased sales tax revenue and $40 million in property tax. And the financial request, this is an outline of what the request is for. So just keep in mind when Todd is going through his presentation, he will detail out all of these projects, but this is what the request is for. There will be a parking structure, which is the largest cost. So the parking garage will allow more density in the project. We can discuss the screening of the parking structure, a dog park, parkland, vibe trail connection, an amphitheater, pickleball courts, public art, murals, statues, an interactive pond with paddleboarding and canoes, and fountains. There will also be traffic improvements and safety enhancements throughout the project, turning lanes on 150 East, traffic signals, possibly throughout the project as well. And then infrastructure improvements, water, wastewater lines, electric lines buried within the development, and the existing electric lines that are along 35 in the perimeter of the project are also up for discussion, as we have already discussed with the developer. And so let me just call up Todd Daly with Capella. He can introduce himself, and then he'll go through the slides and answer any questions you might have about the project.
Thank you. Victoria. I think she did such a great job. I don't know if I have much more to say, but I'm here, and one of the reasons is for this gentleman here. I've come to Kyle back in June of 2021. I've had several meetings with city staff and some of the people that work for the city, and everybody's been open-armed about, we'd love to have you come in, we'd like to see what your ideas are. And I've had several meetings over the last couple of years, but it's more about the community and wanting to do something really special here. The idea was to create a place that was a destination that brought people in, the communities, the neighbors, and just make it something really special instead of just a typical retail / mixed-use development. So I've come up with this concept of, and we can run through the slides of doing this mixed use, but I really want it to be more important for, it's got an amphitheater, as you mentioned, and dog parks, and so I just want it to be everybody to come to this community. And when I came here for the first time, there was the introduction of the Vibe Trail concept that came to mind. And so when I started talking about it and reviewing it and revisiting the whole idea, it really got me excited about where Kyle was headed. And I've done developments from Central Texas, from Georgetown, Waco, all the way to Buda. And so this is the first development I've done in Kyle. I'm excited about it because of how everybody's treated us over all these meetings over the last couple of years, and going through different type scenarios of what we're trying to create here and why we think it's such a special place. But Hector was really heartfelt about what he's done, and that's the kind of community we believe that we're coming to. So if you may walk you through this, I don't really know how to run these slides. Okay. So we're a developer. We've done a little bit of everything. We've done office, retail, medical, multifamily projects. We've kind of done a smorgasbord. We've done industrial. We've done storage. So we've kind of just come to this area. I was brought this property through somebody that knew the HEB folks and made the introduction. And so immediately I got excited about it, started meeting with the city back in 2021, as I mentioned, and closed on the property in November of 2021. And so here we are working 2.5 years later, hoping to get some movement on this and make this a reality. So that's a little bit about us. We're a brokerage firm and a development firm, so we're both. We kind of act in two parts. This is a kind of I've had a team of probably 20, 25 people that have been a part of this design. I've had land planners, architects, engineers. We have an engineer in here today, actually, that I didn't expect to see, but we've had a number of groups that have come in and helped us come with this conceptual idea and come up with these creative slides that we'll be going through. The actual 15 acres that fronts 35 is a mixed-use development with a parking garage. We've got the amphitheater in kind of the middle of the project. I don't know if I can blow this up, but so what we've done is we've created this idea of really throwing in a mixed-use development that has restaurants and music and some local shops. We're trying to cater to more of the local interests than we are going to a national interest group of people. We've created some townhomes on this property. Originally, we were told maybe we want to do flats, and then we went to townhomes because we think it's more affordable, and people want to live in a community like this or a mixed-use development. So that's kind of why we came up with some ideas to screen some of the parking garage from the highway. We've created some additional flats on top of the retail that's shown in number 4 due to some requests that we thought would be more beneficial to the area. We've kind of let the multifamily kind of by itself, and the reason we did that is because we felt like this is more of a community place than just for the multifamily tenants. So we wanted this to be a park setting with some water features where the kids can go and sit around the ponds, feed the ducks, paddleboard, canoes, whatever. That's what we're trying to strive on the west side or the east side of the freeway, or 150 actually. We've and I'll ramble some, so sometimes you just got to stop me and say, okay, go to the next slide. So we've come up with this creative idea with, like I said, a number of, plus 25 plus professionals that do this, and the idea is to just move forward and get this done and benefit the community in itself. These are just kind of renderings that we had our architect do that just kind of shows you what we're looking for in the program. I mean, we have it's called a beer garden. We've got some water rafts and stuff therefore. We've got some fountains. So we're trying to make it more of an upper end retail. I wouldn't say upper. We want it to be a community retail development. And so we want it on both sides of the highway. We think it's going to cater to the golf cart community. So we have a lot of trails built into the system. Next slide is, one of the first meetings I had here, there was talk, and I've had so many meetings that they wanted to see something special that brought your attention to the 150 corridor and on the east side of the freeway. So what we did is we came up with a silo idea and we asked if we could do some digital screening where we could change out maybe weekly or monthly what attractions are going to come to that area. So whether it's a concert venue, whether it's a farmer's market, whether it's a number of different things, but we wanted it to be something special that really grabbed your attention and brought you to the other side of the freeway. So that's why the silo's there.
There's some debate about whether it's 1880 or 1881. So you might want to
Is there?
check into that
Well, I was
before
looking at
you
y'all's website,
go
I
too much
thought.
further. Yeah.
So-
Like I say, debate.
Yeah. Well, so what's funny is we came up with the idea of 1880 based on your website, I guess. And so we were told that maybe that won't work because the fire department, they said, you know, there's already a subdivision or something close by that we might not be able to work with that name. And so they nicknamed it Two-Step, which I thought was really cool because kind of our murals and everything. And the idea behind it is, again, people come here for the weekend or the weekday or whatever it is to listen to music or, you know, just shop, whatever they want to do, have food. So, yeah, but I give that credit to your staff. That wasn't something we came up with. So there's some murals. We put some art murals. It was just kind of what we thought was necessary to draw some of these people in here. We plan on getting more involved in that as we go through the discussions. We've put some little budgets together on what it might cost, but we really haven't got into detail with the arts department here that we need to start meeting with. But that's why we're here today, is to try to see if we can get this thing moving forward and spend some additional money and cost to get this passed. We're going to be very influential on our design standards. So that's other stuff that we've kind of done is, you know, we want everything to kind of coexist with even what you're doing downtown now with the kind of, what is it? It's kind of I guess, what I'm not real sure, Brian, but it was like y'all are trying to redo downtown to a new image. And so we want to be part of that. We want to be affiliated with everything that you're trying to do there with stone and tile and, you know, architectural work. So that's the next step for us. And then these are just more images of the retail. That's the center of the retail with the amphitheater in the background. That's the top of the retail on the other side of 150. We're proposing a light go there. We've already had our TIA study done. It's 450 pages. It's got more information than you probably want to hear. We put the pickleball courts on the top. Originally, we had them on the garage, the parking garage across the street, but we thought this would be a better fit with the views of the lakes behind us, the fountains, and just the whole area, just bringing people across the street. More ideas about, you know, features around the ponds, making them attractive for the kids and the people to go out and visit. This is more of the multifamily. It's the beer garden that faces the lake. It's just an idea. As you'll see, if you look closely enough, the architect that did it spelled it B-I-E-R. Now and on one slide it'll say B-E-R, this one. So there's a few things that need to be fixed. This is the dog park we've kind of created just to give you an idea. This is what we want to have over there for kids and families to go over there and walk their dogs and let them just go around the lake. And then this is just more stuff about us and what we've done in the past and the different developments we've done. And I think that's about it. So, questions?
All right, does anybody have any questions for the developer? Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. So I am really excited about what I'm looking at. I think the renderings that you have are ones that I don't have to be picking because I don't like this or I don't like that. So I would expect to hopefully see something to the standards that you're showing up right here whenever the development is finished. I love the water features because to me that's entertainment for the residents of Kyle, the kayak and all of the water features look very eye-appealing, so I'm excited about that. I see a lot of green space, and the only worry I have is because we are in such a bad shape with the water, what kind of a proposal do you have with the green spaces that will tie to our water conservation? Is there any possibility of doing artificial turf or do anything, any type of landscaping that will be, that will help us with the water conservation?
Yes, we definitely want to do some artificial turf because it helps on landscape and it helps with water, like you said, restrictions and everything that we've been going through. So that's definitely been something we've considered. And that's kind of our next step, is to get the architect and civil engineers and all these guys completely engaged. And that's the only thing we're waiting for, is to get some of y'all's approval process where we can start really spending some real money on getting those designs. But yeah, we're definitely going to do whatever we can to be conservative.
And then the next thing which you are touching for is that I love to see, one of the things that excites me the most is your parking garage. Because I hate to see all that wasted space, to having flat parking, that is just like useless to me. So I find it very cohesive, the whole development. I'm excited to see you guys working with our arts board, because the one thing I would like to see is to see that parking garage, whatever it's exposed, to be covered in some sort of artistic murals. I don't know. Councilmember Tobias and I visited the Mueller development, and one of the things that attracted us the most was how pretty the parking garage was. So we would love to see something like that. So I am in full favor of having you. I welcome you to the city of Kyle.
Thank
So
you
I'm
very
excited.
much. Thank you very much. That is our plan, and we're trying to make the parking garage, actually, we hope to have a sales and leasing cart center there, where it draws people over there to bring their cars, get their kids, whatever, and go tour the city wherever they can get around with the trails. So that's kind of our goal. And, but yeah, definitely do something creative with the parking garage and create something really interesting to see.
Councilmember Harris.
Well, I agree with Councilmember Parsley about the water issues. However, buildings can be designed to efficiently utilize their water. And there are things that can be done where you would be able to self-water the areas that are green. And if you're using native plantings, which I assume you would be, they don't require, the plantings might not require too much water. But using the condensate from the air conditioning units can actually water everything with this larger development. So there are things that maybe you can bring back that will help us relieve our anxiety about the water use.
Sure. Yeah, we plan on using some rainwater collection systems of some sort, and wherever we can. I mean, we realize there's a lot of surface being utilized, and we want to make use of that water one way or another. Thank you.
Councilmember Heiser.
Mayor?
Oh, Councilmember Rizzo, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bear.
Well, let's get you, Councilmember Rizzo, because I'm not looking at the TV quickly enough. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to just point out some things, just making sure that the dog park, I'm excited about that, but making sure that we have some kind of shade, because it gets really hot here in the summertime. So having some shade around the dog park. Also, I've taken some feedback from residents. There's some residents that like to walk their dogs in the evening hours, and our dog parks right now turn off the lights at night. So maybe a lighting aspect, making sure that we're adhering to dark skies. So LED pointed down, something like that. So that way the rest of the residents aren't picking up that light as well. You could consider that, be great. The other thing is making sure that the pond is aerated, and also that it's codified in the agreement that that's going to be an open space for all the residents as well of Kyle.
That is the way it's been designed. It's for all the residents, not just the multifamily. And that's the reason we came up with it more as a community center, not just the multifamily residents. But we can definitely achieve the lighting that you're needing and some shade, and whether it's with some type of canvas that's got to be, that we like in green or some other color, is definitely doable to keep, some of the heat off. And, whatever other amenities that y'all want to tell us about, we're glad to hear and would love to try to introduce it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Heiser.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm very excited about, for the opportunity to bring much needed retail options to the east side of 35. I think it's much needed, and residents have been asking for it. However, I'll be very interested to see what you all select to put in the retail spaces. And my hope is that where you guys land is something that adds value to the city of Kyle. So that's what's going to be important to me in the end here.
Yeah, thank you. That's the idea is we really don't want, we don't want these national chains in there.
Oh, nice.
We want it to be local as much as possible. And the idea of having a really quality control of how we do this development is really important to us. So it's not about bringing in, we've already been contacted. I mentioned a few weeks ago about McDonald's, and it was like, no, that's not our deal. So, yeah.
That's music.
Like,
to
you're
my
speaking
ears.
our language right there, golly.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'd just like to add,
That's
that
a
is a
closer.
perfect location for very local grassroots types of restaurants and retail, the smaller, shops in there. So it's a great location.
Thank you, thank you.
I love the renderings.
All right, so I heard a shaded dog park, artificial grass and common areas, native plantings, rainwater water collection, garage shrouding, murals, art throughout.
Yes, sir.
I heard all those
One more
things.
quick thing. Y'all better be prepared to be the only pickleball courts in town. So might want to look at someone managing the usage on that on a daily basis.
We will definitely have a third-party group.
Is the intent to dedicate all of the green space as a public park? Is that the way it's being approached?
Correct.
So that Parks and Rec will be the one maintaining and programming it?
I don't think we've had those discussions yet on who's going to be maintaining it. I think that right now it's us maintaining the property through a HOA of some sort, and even taking care of some of the green space or the wet areas behind it. So
Okay.
we're trying to keep that, we want to keep that manicured as well, and instead of letting it grow kind of.
Right, these are all
vigorously.
things you're going to have to work with on staff to flesh out. Brian, do you have any feedback from us in addition to what we've discussed so far to help you feel comfortable moving this forward?
I think the water usage was something, I don't recall if you made that comment, Mayor, but I heard that. And the other items, artificial turf, screening of the parking garage, looking at, making sure these areas with the pond is open for all residents, dog park shading, lighting. We have all those that we can go back and put some
May I-
specifics to and work with. What was
May I
that?
add something? Just to see if you guys can work on getting purple pipe through the whole development of I don't know if that's something you guys can do.
The what? I'm
The
sorry.
purple pipe, like reclaimed water to attach to the reclaimed water system, since
Uh-huh.
you guys are gonna have a couple of like water features. That will really, really make a difference for us into the water conservation, because that way you can possibly use that same reclaimed water to, for irrigation for the green spaces.
We can give some consideration to that to see what might be eligible for it.
Okay.
And try to come back with an overall water plan that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of our agenda right now, is to get everybody, all the professional parties together that know that type of business, that can help us with that. And so that's kind of why we want to kick this team off and get it going in the right direction. But we'll be very, as we have been, we've been very vocal about trying to do the best thing for the environment, but also doing the best thing for the community as well. So that's kind of our goal.
No direction?
So
Or
I
you want
think
direction?
that's the direction. If the council wants to proceed with that, with those elements that were discussed, we'll work with the developer to put that in a form of an agreement and a PUD document that we can bring back for your consideration.
All right. Any other feedback?
Thank you.
All right, thank
No,
you.
Thank
Thank you
Todd.
very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is agenda item number 10. Receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff direction on the proposed changes to the city's budget development process for fiscal year 2024, 2025, and for selection of a location for the 2024 City's Council Visioning Workshop. Mr. Mohit.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. And the city manager has been examining and evaluating the city's budget development and adoption process since he got here. As a result of this assessment, the city manager has identified a number of improvements to the current budget development process that will result in increased accountability, efficiency, and effectiveness. With the help of the city council, city management team, and all city departments, these improvements will make a good process even better. The city manager's assessment of the current budget development process identified 4 areas of challenges. This report today will review these challenges with the city council and the changes that will be made to mitigate these challenges in the city's budget development process going forward. So with that, Mayor and Council, I have a brief presentation to walk you through. We'll cover the objectives for proposed changes to the city's budget development process, key changes and improvements to the budget development process, proposed budget development and adoption timeline for fiscal year 24-25, city's
City Council's Visioning and Planning Workshop that's coming up pretty soon. And then we'll talk about City Council's feedback on budget process changes and close with City Manager's closing comments. So what are some of the challenges that our new City Manager identified? There are 4. 1, the current process relies on very long, detailed budget work sessions held on the weekends. Number 2, work sessions provide a great deal of valuable information, but disconnected from any strategic goals or direction for the city. Number 3, information presented is a list of requests from city departments, but it lacks context on why the funds or positions are needed or requested. And finally, number 4, departmental presentations should provide more detailed information about goals, performance, and challenges that need to be met and addressed. So what were the primary objectives for the changes in the budget process? There are 7. Number 1, streamline budget development and adoption process. Number 2, effective and efficient utilization of City Council's valuable time. Number 3, enhance process to focus on City Council's budget priorities and directions. Number 4, increased transparency for City Council and public input. Number 5, focus budget discussions based on performance metrics for city's major programs and services. Number 6, spread out budget meetings and discussions rather than packing within a short and compressed time frame. And number 7, reduce or perhaps eliminate number of Saturday budget meetings. So here are the proposed changes to the city's budget development process. Number 1, City Council's Visioning and Planning Workshop, held in January, February of each year, will kick off the city's budget process. Number 2, this Visioning and Planning Workshop will provide direction and priorities to the City Manager for the development of the city's operating and capital budgets. Number 3, following the City Council's Visioning and Planning Workshop in '24, the City Manager and staff will begin creating the city's very first strategic plan. So what do we mean by effective and efficient utilization of City Council's valuable time? We will ensure that budget meetings will focus on City Council's direction and budget priorities for city's major programs and services that come out from the Visioning and Planning Workshop. The budget meetings will focus on performance metrics for each city department's major programs and services. For example, programs and services delivered by city departments such as economic development, compensation and benefits by human resources, parks and recreation programs, planning department, police and public safety, public works, water and wastewater. And by performance metrics, budget development for cities' major programs and services will be based on Council's direction and priorities provided in the Visioning and Planning Workshop. The focus of budget discussions will be again on performance metrics for each of the major programs and services. For parks, which parks will be improved, what kind of improvements will be made, basically what are you getting for your money, for your tax dollars. Similarly, for street maintenance and construction, storm drainage, public safety and emergency management, code enforcement, customer service improvements, water supply, system capacity and operations, and finally, completion and delivery of major capital improvement projects, or CIPs. So how do we spread out and not compress the budget cycle or development cycle? The current process, we covered the budget development and adoption process within a 4-month almost 3.5-month time frame. We will begin in February, so here's a rough tentative calendar for next cycle. In February, City Council Visioning and Planning Workshop will take place. In March, the community survey results come in, which we share with Council. Also in March, based on those two elements, we will develop the budget initiatives, the focus areas identified based on Council's Visioning and Planning Workshop. In April, we begin the 5-year financial forecast and key assumptions for the city's main fund, which is the general fund. In May, we'll do the same for the utility funds, water fund, wastewater, storm drainage. In June, we'll cover the 5-year capital improvements program and the budget for the following fiscal year. In July, the city manager presents the proposed budget to City Council. This is required by charter. The date is fixed. It has to happen before August 1st. In August, we do the first set of public hearings, the reading of budget ordinance, the reading of property tax rates, and in September, we do the second reading of the same. This is from February to September rather than from mid-June to September. So we'll have more time for discussion, more focused discussions, more accountability, more transparency. And speaking of Council's Visioning and Planning Workshop, staff is requesting feedback from you tonight. Our planned dates for the 2024 City Council's Visioning and Planning Workshop is on February 9th, 10th, and 11th, which is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I just got through saying that we won't be doing anything on weekends, but I think this calendar works out well for your calendars, individual calendars. We have retained the services of a professional facilitator to help us through these work sessions. The estimated cost for the facilitator is $25,000. Other costs will depend on location and number of participants in this workshop. So tonight, on behalf of City Manager and City Manager's team, I'm requesting Council's direction for selecting a location. And here are the 4 choices. Hyatt Regency Lost Pines Resort, Lost Pines, Texas, or Bastrop. JW Marriott San Antonio Hill Country Resort in San Antonio. Omni La Mansión del Rio, Riverwalk in San Antonio. And the last one, if Council has any other specific location that you want staff to consider. So I'm going to pause there and see what Council would like to do on the locations.
Does anybody have any feedback on the locations? Mayor Pro Tem.
If we're going to do one, I would, if we were to select A, Lost Pines, because this would be my 4th workshop. And as much as I've said before, when we go to these things, I want to be able to go in and focus on work. Okay. If it's something that's close by to where we don't have to worry too much about travel, hours of travel, or having to go find parking somewhere or something like that, we can really focus on that. So I'd like to find a location. That would be my first selection, would be that where we could really focus on the work at hand. And I do like the idea of how we're starting early, because I know we've always pushed back May, we've done April before. I've always been a proponent for getting it done within the first 4 months to where we can start talking budget talks, so that I think we're on the right track. Getting it done early so we can see where everything's at, where we can start making goals with deadlines.
Yes,
That's
sir.
the main thing.
Councilor Heiser.
Yeah, just 2 things. I'm excited for these changes. I think trying to draw out the process and allowing us some time to breathe so that, we're not completely colored by budget talk for a couple of different months. I think it's good to have a fresh set of eyes every every once in a while throughout the course of the year. So I think that's going to be a good thing. Thank you, Brian and Pervez, for putting this together. And as far as the location goes, I'm good with Lost Pines. I'm really good with any of them. So I can be amenable to what the rest of the group wants to do here.
Councilmember Harris. And I got Rizzo next.
Yes, I think Lost Pines would be our best bet here because, number one, it's very close. And I'm really always concerned about public access when we go off-site. And I think that it's an easy drive over to the east. It's a beautiful drive, relaxing, and I think it would be more accessible for us and for the public.
Councilmember Rizzo.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to the changes. Look, honestly, I kind of like the way the old process worked, where we were getting together. Staff would come, all the different departments would come out, lay out their plan, and their ask. Council would sit back and listen to them. The city manager in the next meeting would break down some of the staff recommendations and prioritize everything. Unfortunately, what I saw in this year's budget session showed us that there was a system that was not working properly, especially when council members were taking a lot of the time in the first meeting when it really lagged on. And so it showed that we needed to do something different. So I'm glad that we're going to try to fix this process. Making it longer is going to be great. Getting more public input is something I'm really excited about. And I'm good with any location we're going to.
All right. Good with it?
Yes, sir. I think I heard Lost Pines, and
Yep.
We'll proceed with the budget process. Appreciate the time, and I don't want to overpromise. It's still not going to be easy. It's a lot of time in the budget process, but we think we can certainly use your time valuably through the process.
Well, I'm sure you appreciate getting a little bit more of a head start than you did last year,
I do,
where you
yes,
showed
sir.
up midstream.
Absolutely.
So
It's tough to start at the end of
yeah,
end-
looking
end of
forward
May.
to honestly seeing your handiwork over the entire process this time.
All
I
right.
think it'll work well. So
Great.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. We need to pull and postpone agenda item number 24. Does anybody else have any items on the consent that they want to pull and address individually, or questions on consent?
19 and 20.
All right, 19 and 20.
We're postponing 24, you said?
Yeah, we're going to pull. We're not going to take any action on it. It'll come back. All right, any other items?
Number 12. Just for discussion, just for clarity.
All right.
12, you said?
Yes.
Anyone else? All right. Make a motion to approve consent agenda items number 11, 13 through 18, 21 through 23, and 25.
Thanks, second.
All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Again, those numbers are agenda items 11, 13 through 18, 21 through 23, and 25. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item number, you want to bring up 19 and 20 together?
Yes.
All right, agenda item 19, approve task order number 4 to American Structure Point, in amount not to exceed $79,660.59 for environmental services related to BB Road West project, and approve task order number 5 to American Structure Point in amount not to exceed $283,100 for environmental services related to BB Road East project. Ms. Parsley.
I wanted to ask Joe, so I know we have items 19 and 20, and they are both requesting task orders for environmental services relating to the BB Road. One is for West project, the other one is for East. On March 7th, I thought we had approved an amount that included environmental services, task order number 2 and number 3. One was for 436,000, and the other one was for 788,000. It says in there to include environmental services.
So just for the record, I'm Joe Cantalupo. I work for Cafries and Associates, and I am managing the road bond program on the city's behalf. So this is a second-level council member of environmental study. So like cultural resources, a lot of times they do a first cut, they do some analysis, and then based on what they find, or in the cases of like cultural resources, the Texas Historical Commission will ask them to go a little bit deeper. So this is for environmental services, sort of a second level or a second cut that were not included the first time. This happens very often with schematic contracts and with design contracts, especially when it comes to environmental services and cultural resources analysis. We do a first level of work. The engineers go out, the people that collect this information that support the design engineers go out, they do their background research, and sometimes they determine that they have to dig a little bit deeper. So this is in addition to, it's not instead of, what you're referencing.
Do you mind explaining to me why do we, because I'm ignorant on environmental services. I don't know exactly what is going to bring me and why do we need to do a second one? Like what is going to be the benefit?
I might be in the same pile as you. I may not be able to go that deep. So in this case, so there's a couple of things. In this case, it was mostly related to cultural resources. So the state, Texas Historical Commission is requiring an additional survey that was not originally scoped. So,
do they have that power to ask for that environmental service, the Texas Historical Commission for roads?
Well, this gets grouped under environmental services. So when we talk about environmental services, it includes like the natural environment, but also like cultural and archaeological resources. So for example, one of the cases was if you look at the Caraway parcel, in the wet areas, the THC focused in on that when the design engineers submitted their report and application, and they said, okay, because historically, right, a lot of early settlers would settle near the water, and they wanted to make sure that there were no cultural resources, present. So you don't know that until you tell the THC what you're doing in terms of the project, and then they look at what they need to look back at, and they come back and they tell you you need to do more work.
Why they don't pay for them themselves?
Well, there's just the requirements that we have to meet in the state, and it's looking for artifacts, any of those kinds of things. If they find something, then they'll have us do more digging for those kinds of things. But that's the reasons for the studies, is once you get clearance from the THC, then you can move forward with the actual project. But it's something we really don't have a lot of control on. We have no control on it, and we're required to do the work to move forward with the project.
And the other part of this was more environmental. So when they do their research, they identify areas of concern for just other environmental factors. And so they're required to go back and dig, maybe figuratively, but maybe literally, to just find out if there's anything
like a dinosaur bone in there.
In the ground. Well, it's also, it's natural stuff, and it could be stuff that man put there, right? So these are two different things, and that's why it's a little bit more expensive than we came back a few months ago for a different project and asked for $20-something thousand. This is the cultural, and it's also the environmental, and that gets grouped under the phrase environmental.
I will say that just doing these projects in other places, sometimes you find things, and that can really delay you. I know there was a major freeway project in the Dallas area where they actually found some grave sites of some early settlers, and it delayed it for a significant period of time. So that's why those exist. We're hoping we don't find anything like that, but we have to do that work to double check.
I understand, like when we approved the one in March 7, it says that, we were gonna get a 3D modeling, surveying and mapping, that it would include like environmental clearance. So now we're just like adding to that after, basically we got told you will get clearance after this environmental study.
Well, they're doing the work toward the clearance, but again, it goes in iterations, right? And it is quite possible that for one or both of these, they will find other things that may require more analysis or even mitigation. But whenever you're dealing, actually, it's not just greenfield projects, it's also projects on existing roads. You know, until you begin to do the analysis, and even through construction, you can do all the analysis in the world, and you go to construction, and you find something unexpected that needs to be addressed and mitigated. What Mr. Langley said is, you know, is true. What he was getting at is you don't want to go to construction, you don't want to do this now, and go to construction and find out that there was a cultural resource that you should have addressed. That's why the Texas Historical Commission makes us do it now. But what I don't think the other thing you want us to do is to build all this then in at the very beginning of the scope and have money sitting there that we don't necessarily need. The other thing I'd like to note is that this is coming out of the contingency that was built in the project. We're not asking for additional money. We're just asking that money be moved from the contingency into the design consultant's budget so we can take care of this and proceed with design.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so I understand what we're getting at. Sometimes our hands are tied on these things, because you're right. If we start digging, next thing you know, we get a spring or something like that, a natural spring, then that could cause some issues there. And I think, didn't we run across that with Burleson when we were redoing that earlier, when we were doing construction, and they found out there was an old pipe that was underneath, and then they didn't do the survey. But we also have to understand that, again, in this part of Kyle, there's a lot of old farmland that's out there. So you've got pipes and who knows what else is out there. So, but then again, that's part of what it is when we're doing the construction. I guess my question would be, are these going to be an ongoing issue when we're starting to do some of the other roads, whether it's on the west side, east side, or west side, or are we going to be having these kind of environmental studies being brought back for stagecoach or for Marketplace or some of the other roads that we had passed on the bond?
It could very well be. I don't know exactly when we were here, but we came for Windy Hill, and it was the same thing. The design engineers went and did their baseline research. They did their desktop research. They submitted their materials to the Texas Historical Commission. Texas Historical Commission looked at what the design engineers produced and looked at their own records, you know, and things that they had, and they came back and they said, you need to go do a more physical survey, meaning, and that was what that money was for. I would love to be able to stand up here and tell you that this may not come up again, or this won't come up again, but until we get through the design, right, and they're all going at slightly different speeds,
yes,
right, we won't know if any additional studies like this are going to be done. So it is likely, it's possible that it'll come up again.
Okay.
But, you know, we go through their scopes and their fees, and we make sure that they're reasonable, you know, and we don't have a choice. If we want the design to proceed, the council needs to authorize these funds so they can continue to proceed with the design. Otherwise, we'll be delayed.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 19 and 20.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Parsley, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem, that we approve agenda items 19 and 20. Is there discussion on that motion?
Just a quick question. I'm sorry if I missed this before. Do you all use the same firm for these environmental studies?
No. The design engineers put together their own team, and if they wind up using the same firm, it's you know, by coincidence.
Okay.
They have to take ownership of the data, and so it's up to them to pick the firm they're most comfortable working with.
Is it American Structure Point?
This is American Structure Point is the design engineer, and just because you asked, I can't remember now who their sub is for this. But we also have an environmental firm that will make sure, they helped us make sure the scope is appropriate, and they'll make sure that the data that gets produced is appropriate.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries 5-1. We need to go back to agenda item 12. I just realized I missed it. I apologize. A resolution authorizing the city manager to execute memorandums of agreement and all other documents necessary to effectuate and finalize purchase of parcels 2, 3, and 4 from the Quail Ridge subdivision for the Goforth Road projects on terms discussed in executive session, subject to review and approval of the form of those documents by the city attorney. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. This shouldn't last long, but thank you, Amber, for coming up. Could you give us just a brief update, because for those individuals that may not have the backup material or something that they're not following online, to give us kind of an update as far as where we're at on those parcels? Because even though it's on the consent agenda, some people may not know maybe some of the specific details that's in the backup material. Let's say with slide number 3.
Would you like me to run through the presentation briefly?
If you don't mind.
Yes,
That way
sir.
that way for
Happy
those
to.
individuals that are following along, and I know it's a little on the controversial side, but at least we can present it to them to see what's going on.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Amber Schmeits, Assistant City Manager for the record. This is about the relocation and acquisition packages, parcels 2, 3, and 4 for the Quail Ridge property relocation and acquisition project. Just the background, in May, we were directed to proceed with acquiring the properties so we could build South Goforth Road. In November, City Council approved offer amounts to start at $1.7 million for the acquisition of the 6 parcels and attendant relocation packages. Stateside right-of-way, the city's acquisition agent acting on behalf of the city presented the approved offer amounts, and the property owners of parcels 2, 3, and 4 have accepted the offers and signed memorandums of agreement. Parcel 2 is 102 Quail Ridge Road. It's an impacted owner resident. The displacement property is 1,440 square feet, 8 rooms, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathroom mobile home on a 0.45 acre lot. Subject value is $325,000. The displacee qualifies for replacement housing supplement to include reasonable and necessary ADA modifications, mortgage interest differential payment, reimbursement of incidental expenses, and move costs. Sorry. Supplemental calculation. So this is a picture of a comparable home. And a comparable home was $339,900 minus the $325,000 subject value. $14,900 is their maximum replacement housing payments. And stateside is here if y'all have any questions about how this is calculated. Incidental expenses and move estimates. Incidentals are at $5,500, commercial move at $6,900. Plus the replacement housing supplement that we talked to in the previous slide is $14,900, appraised value $325,000, ADA modifications $40,000. So the total estimate to acquire and relocate is $392,390. On to parcel 3, it's an impacted tenant, resident, and landlord. The displacement property is 1,300 square feet, 8 room, 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom mobile home on 0.45 acres. Subject value is $285,000. The tenant qualifies for replacement housing payment and move costs. The landlord qualifies for reestablishment expenses, searching expenses, and move costs. The supplemental calculation against this is the comparable home. Comparable for this is first for the rents, $2,421 minus the 30% income, $1,157 equals $1,263 monthly need. And then we take that times 42 months, which is what they can qualify for, so they can get that rental assistance to go forward for 42 months. It pencils out to $53,000 for their maximum rental assistance. Landlord benefits and move estimate. The landlord benefits are at $27,500, commercial move at $7,500, replacement housing at $53,000, and the appraised value at $285,000. So total estimate to acquire and relocate is $373,130.54. Parcel 3. Parcel 4 is 200 Quill Ridge Road, impactor owner resident. Displacement property is 1,100 square feet, 8-room, 3-bedroom, 2-bath on 0.45 acres. A subject value is $235,000. The displacee qualifies for replacement housing supplement, reimbursement of incidental expenses, and move costs. Supplemental calculation, the comparable home is $305,000 minus the appraised value of $235,000, and so the subject value is $75,000 maximum replacement housing payment. Incidental expenses estimated at about $4,000, commercial move at $7,300, replacement housing supplement at $70,000, appraised value at $235,000. Total estimate to acquire and relocate is $316,488. Recommendation is to approve the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the memorandums of agreement and all other documents necessary to effectuate and finalize the purchase of parcels 2, 3, and 4 from the Quill Ridge subdivision for the Go Forth Road project on terms discussed in executive session, subject to a review and approval of the form of those documents by the city attorney. Options before you are to approve as recommended or deny. Any questions? Again, we have stateside here, and we also have the city's legal counsel for property acquisition, Kent Sick, if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So how many more parcels are we still looking at?
We have 3 parcels in total. Parcel 1 is just owned by one person, and then the parcels 5 and 6 are just owned by one person. It's 2 parcels, 1 structure.
Okay. All right. And everything, we dealt with the homeowners, and they're pretty much in agreement to what the resolution shows on here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anything else? Motions?
I'd like to say thank you, Amber, for making the presentation, because it really and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for pulling it out, because it makes it easier for us to, for the residents to see what is being done, to clear some of those misconceptions and that are going around. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve item 12.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Parsley, seconded by Councilmember Heiser, that we approve agenda item number 12. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up is agenda item number 26. This is a public hearing concerning the creation of reinvestment zone number 6 pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 311 of the Texas Tax Code. Ms. Labby, do you have any comments on the public hearing?
I do
You're just
not.
waiting for the next one. All right, if there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. And now we're going to move to agenda item number 27, first and final reading, consideration and approval of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas, designating a continuous geographic area within the corporate limits of the city as a reinvestment zone pursuant to Chapter 311 of the Texas Tax Code. Ms. Labby.
Mayor, City Council Member Stephanie Lyman with Norton Rose Fulbright, Bond Counsel for the city, and apologies, there was, I think, a miscommunication between TERS 5 and 6. So what was originally provided as backup for this was TERS 5, but we have replaced it. So you do have the presentation for TERS 6 in all packets now. So for our overview for tax increment zone number 6, the city's downtown master plan has identified multiple parcels, both downtown and immediately east of I-35 along East Farm to Market Road 150, which is prime for redevelopment. The creation of a TERS with both city and county participation will allow revenues to be generated, which would help finance designated projects to help with the reinvestment within this zone. Possible projects that are included in the preliminary project and finance plan include streets, parking improvements, sidewalk and trails, linear parks, office buildings, land for floodplains, management services related to these aforementioned projects, and the ability to do Chapter 380 incentives for projects within the zone. The next slide in the presentation contains a boundary map. There are approximately 373 parcels that have been identified for inclusion in the TERS, and it comprises 229 acres. Current steps for tonight: the county or the city has conducted a public hearing. The public hearing's been concluded. At this time, the city can consider the ordinance to create the TERS. If approved, the TERS ordinance will also appoint the initial TERS board and approve a preliminary project and finance plan related to that TERS. For next steps, and this is going to be slightly modified, we did go to Hays County today for a presentation related to this TERS 6 related to their participation in TERS 6. We received feedback from the county related to participation, and the county is interested in participating. They have asked for some modifications to some of the projects within the preliminary project and finance plan. What we're asking council to do tonight is to create the TERS so that we can set the base year for 2023. We'll approve the preliminary project and finance plan as presented in council packets. In January of next year, we'll come back to council with an amended preliminary plan that addresses the concerns for the county. And then after we get a complete kind of finalized list of projects and project costs, then we would come back with a final plan and the interlocal agreement between the city and the county to make sure that we've addressed the needs and wants of both participating entities within this zone.
Okay.
Any questions?
Well, I'll just restate maybe from the 30,000-foot view what the downtown TERS is all about. So the every TERS that we create has a different purpose to it. The downtown TERS that we're creating is most similar to TERS number 2, which is over our Plum Creek area. It does not have a specific project in mind to fund. It's not developer driven. The creation of this particular TERS is taking properties that are east of I-35 on 150 as well as the downtown stretch and putting it into a special district that allows for us to capture the property taxes there as well as the county's property taxes, a portion, and those dollars can get reinvested. So it's this downtown TERS is part of a larger, broader plan to try to attract investment and of city and county resources as well as private resources into the downtown area. I do think this is an important step in making that happen. Just as we've seen the TERS be beneficial, TERS number 2 be very beneficial to the local jurisdictions to deploy resources to bring about really important park and infrastructure projects that drive economic development and revitalization. That's really what the purpose of this TERS is all about. So I just wanted to add that. Does anybody have any additional thoughts or comments? Councilmember Heiser.
Yeah. Redeveloping downtown is going to be one of the biggest projects that we have in front of us over the next couple of years. And doing things like this, I believe, put us in the best possible position for success. And I just want to thank the county for being great partners, specifically calling out Commissioners Cohen and Inglesby. It's been a great year of collaboration with them, and just very excited about what the future can hold for our downtown.
Any additional comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
I know I've been hearing from certain people about, we're changing the downtown, we're losing its historic value and so forth, but we've got to continue to move forward. And I think a lot of these things we're doing and teaming up with counties, we're looking towards the future of our downtown. And we've got to be able to capture those dollars to make these improvements that we need. So I'm in full support of this.
Or anyone else? Motions?
Yeah, Mayor.
Councilman Rizzo.
Yeah, just want to say I'm really excited about this TERS. This is about re-energizing our historic downtown. Bringing families back to our downtown is very important to me. Bringing commerce back to our downtown reminds me of what it was like when I was young and growing up in Kyle, I definitely think this is a great investment for us moving forward. I've seen other cities do it. I've seen some cities that have gone back and invested in their infrastructure, put in grease traps, all kinds of different amenities to attract restaurants and businesses to their downtown. They've been very successful. For us to go down this path and try to reinvest into our historic downtown is something that I'm glad to witness and to, in a way, be a part of. And I'm really happy that we're moving forward and taking these steps. I'm really excited for this, and I look forward to the future of our historic downtown.
I just have a question.
Councilmember Zuniga.
Yes, thank you, Stephanie. I'd just like to add that when you look at the legal and the reason why the TRSs are made, the descriptions say for areas that lack the infrastructure, that are blighted, that have low retail or that need to be maintained. That our downtown fits, out of all the TRSs, probably TRS 1 may be the exception, but this one is needed in the downtown area to help revitalize it. And I do want to make clear, I believe there was miscommunication that some homeowners believed that this would raise their property taxes. Stephanie, this does not, right? Because property taxes are set aside by a tax rate, which are factored differently than a TRS incremental value.
Right.
Can you speak to that, just to make it crystal clear to people?
I can speak to that. So the statutory requirements for creation of a TRS is blighted, underdeveloped, or undeveloped land, right? And there's a but for test in the law. But for creation of the TRS and the reinvestment of these funds, this development would not occur. So for every TRS that the city creates, we are subject to that legal requirement, right? The area has to be blighted, underdeveloped, or undeveloped. And but for this redevelopment, or but for the investment of funds, the development would not occur. And so every time we create a TRS, we're meeting those legal requirements. The tax increment is a percentage, and both the city and the county have discretion for where they set that percentage. And so what they do is the city sets its tax rate, and that's the tax payment that an individual homeowner has to pay on their house, irrespective of a TRS or not. And so if there is a TRS, the city elects to carve off a portion of those tax revenues to reinvest directly into this zone. So from a homeowner's perspective, $100 is $100. If there is not a TRS, $100 goes directly to the city's general fund. If there is a TRS, $50 could go to the city's general fund, $50 will be reinvested into the TRS. From the homeowner's perspective, in both instances, they're making the same $100 payment to the city.
Thank you for that. Just to hear from the bond counsel, or that's how it works. That's the mechanism. Thank you.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm glad that you brought that up because there is a lot of misconceptions out in regards to the creation of these TRS. And to what Councilmember Zuniga said, if there is a TRS that I would be in favor of, this would be the one. Because reinvesting taxes back into downtown is what is going to help us do the whole revitalize. I can't say that word. Like we want to make downtown prettier, and this will be one way to do it. I can't say it. I'm sorry. Anyway.
Motions?
I'd like to go and make a motion to approve agenda number 27.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Heiser that we approve agenda item 27 as presented. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? All right. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, we're going to bring up agenda items 28 through 32 together. So if you'll bear with me, I'm going to read through these. Agenda item 28, second reading, an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, amending Chapter 53 of the City of Kyle, Texas Code of Ordinances, rezoning approximately 32 acres of land from retail services, approximately 67 acres of land from R33 multifamily, and 56 acres of land from warehouse to a planned unit development located at 3040 Kyle Crossing in Hays County, Texas. Agenda item 29, a resolution approving a development agreement for the Lake Park District between the City of Kyle, Texas and Sheldon Tanglewood LTD, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. Agenda item number 30, a resolution approving a development agreement for the St. David's Hospital District, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. Agenda item number 31, a resolution approving an agreement for donation of real property for a 5.291 acre tract, more or less located in the John King Survey, section number 20, for the Marketplace Avenue extension, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. And agenda item number 32, a resolution approving an agreement for donation of real property for 2.222 acre tract of land, more or less located at the FM 1626 pump station expansion, and authorizing the city manager to execute that document as well. Mr. Lutz.
Yes, Mayor, Council, good evening. Jason Lutz, Senior Planner for the record. That was a long read, but multiple items to go over in this presentation. So again, I'm going to speak quickly as we've covered most of this and kind of focus on the new items for your consideration. So again, the applicant's requesting approval of 2 development agreements, 2 donation agreements, and a request for planned unit development on the property. Planned unit development is going to allow a mixed-use site to be developed. Also establish development standards for the project, as well as incorporating some variances to our existing code. It's also going to establish 2 separate tracks, the hospital tract and the Lake Park tract. So same as last time, I'll present kind of track by track. Again, the PUD is also going to provide secondary set of development standards for the hospital tract should the hospital not be developed, but they're actively working to finalize those agreements. Both tracks will have their own development agreements, and again, I'll go over each individual one. So here's the project location. This is just north of HEB, and this is provided along Kyle Crossing and 1626 is kind of the boundaries. This is this summary project concept plan. As you can see, the 2 tracks, the hospital on the plan north and the multifamily mixed-use development plan south. This is the timeline. So we had our first reading of the ordinance on the 5th. Here we are for the second reading and consideration of those development agreements. There'd be no further action after tonight if everything is approved. Mentioned earlier, 2 separate development agreements, Lake Park and hospital. So Lake Park concept plan is one we're going to focus on first. Again, this is the vertical mixed-use sections in red and the blue. There's no changes from the last presentation. Some of the proposed land uses are multifamily, vertical mixed use. Again, we're talking for rent or sale, so there could be condo. We have typical commercial, retail, office, restaurant, prohibiting gas stations, standalone banks, other general items that we prohibit. Would allow a hotel conference center, and then again, there'll be public-private parkland that'll be available on this site. One of the council members asked last time about uses on the property. We don't know the exact uses for the mixed use part, but we do have an estimate of the number of rooms, hotel, approximately 430. We are looking at a little over 300,000 square feet of retail, approximately 600,000 plus of office, and then 1,950 residential units that would be on that Lake Park tract. Again, variance for the signs, setbacks, and reduction of lot sizes and standards. We are looking at variances for height, so maximum 120 and 14 for the office towers and hotel. And then the I-35 overlay standards, 4 stories or less shall comply, 5 stories and up shall be designed in accordance with the exhibits that were attached. I do want to touch on impervious cover a little bit. I know there was some questions. So right now the maximum is 85% across the site. That is based on an approved detention study that was done in 2017 and then reevaluated in 2020. The reevaluation also included our Atlas 14 change in rainfall data, so it's accounting for the additional water. The reason it is a NOAA detention study is because right there at that portion where the water and lake are, there is a dam. That dam acts as a detention pond itself, slowing the water down before it goes downstream. I know there's some concerns, but they're also, the applicant's going to be working on an additional clomer or lomer to further define that channel as part of our parkland donation. So there's another review for the floodplain. And then as each site is developed, we'll be doing stormwater runoff calculations. Ultimately, they cannot exceed what the current flows are, so they have to maintain that regardless of their detention standards. Again, density will not be a per unit, but based on the function of setbacks and LUEs. No minimum unit lot sizes. It's allowing shared parking. We've established parking spaces for the units, changes in our restaurant parking and hotel parking, and then remove the parking maximums. So I'm going to talk about the development agreement on the Lake Park tract. This is a 30-year development agreement. That tract is approximately 98 acres. The building materials are covered in that agreement, as well as the PUD zoning standards. And then again, prohibited uses are included in that DA. Includes land plans, includes vertical mixed use that establishes the requirements for where those are located and what the process is if they want to change or amend that. The agreement outlines how many LUEs are allowed on the property. So the LUEs are currently based on our current city sewer model at 665, will be guaranteed immediately upon approval of this. There will be a total of 2250 LUEs allowed for the entire development. It's important to realize, though, that what's been modeled now is what the city will be responsible for on costs or upgrades to the system. Anything over that, based on the pace of their development, will be at the responsibility of the developer themselves. This agreement does require the developer dedicate parkland to the city and require private parkland to be open to the public. So you'll see there's a requirement in there that will be negotiated and done within 36 months of adoption of this. The parkland may consist of approximately 20 acres of floodway, the lake area, and then up to additional 10 acres for the city to program and utilize as they see fit. Again, additional parkland improvement fees shall be based on the number of residential units, so they are not waiving the parkland improvement fees as part of this development agreement. Here's the map. This is probably the most current one we have. Again, they're going to do a flood study to kind of determine that, but the yellow is the 20 acres that's floodplain, and then the additional acreage which could be utilized for programming or construction of additional facilities. The development agreement also references a separate donation agreement. That is the right-of-way for Marketplace Avenue extension. It's approximately 5 acres. This will be construction done through the city's bond package, as already approved. There is a stipulation that if the bond is or construction is not completed by a certain date, that the applicant, if they are moving forward with their development, could construct the project themselves, and then the city would reimburse them. 30 days after the effective date of this agreement, the city will need to install fencing along the boundary of that Marketplace Avenue so that we can kind of work on our designs and the applicant can maintain their ranching and other agriculture exemptions that they have on the property. And then 30 days prior to the closing of the property, the city needs to work with the donor. There's some existing drainage easements that come off of Marketplace and HEB. They go across the development themselves. So once we kind of design Marketplace and kind of handle that water, then we need to release those easements so that can give them some more buildable area back on their project. Now I'm jumping into the hospital plan, and again, I'm going to focus on Concept A. This is the hospital tract. This is the plan that's moving forward. As you can see, location, parking garage, the hospital, future expansion sites. The yellow boundary line is property that will be granted an easement for VIBE and emergency access to our water tank site. And the highlighted area is privately maintained kind of VIBE, not necessarily node, but an area for citizens to kind of gather along with the hospital residents or patients. We're looking at 7 floors max. This wouldn't be done phase 1. This would be multiple phases, almost 700,000 square feet, 550 beds. 4 other medical office buildings with 4 floors, about 80,000 square feet each. Again, they'll allow support uses within the hospital, cafeterias, gift shops. Height on this track's a little different, 150 for the hospital and helipad. Again, 85% coverage. This track's going to be looked at together as a whole as it develops. So impervious cover will also include the Marketplace extension, vibe trails, anything like that. And I touched base on that a little bit earlier. This will be Concept B. This is the land plan should the hospital not be developed. But again, they're making progress towards finalizing that deal there. Proposed land uses on the hospital option B would be very similar to the Lake Park tract. The only difference, there'd probably be more senior living that would be added to that parcel versus the Lake Park. All the development standards for option B will follow the original Lake Park PUD document standards. So now we'll get into the development agreement. There was one change I'd like to touch on before I get into the slides. They had originally asked for a vesting of 5 years for impact fees. They have since deleted that section, 6.06, so they're not asking for any vesting on impact fees. They'll pay whatever rates are in compliance at the time. Again, this is a 30-year development agreement. The hospital tracks approximately 50 acres. There's going to be 2 sets of development standards in that DA that you see, again, option A, option B. They established the same building criteria for the aesthetics, building materials, outside of our I-35 overlay, includes the prohibited uses that the council wants to kind of restrict, provides land plans for how the property will be developed. Again, if the hospital fails to develop, they'll use this plan this DA to regulate the property. The agreement also requires for them to construct a parking garage once they reach 450 beds. So we'll be monitoring that during building permit, acquisition, expansions. So their minimum parking requirements will be met throughout the entirety of the project. There may be an area during the construction of the parking garage where they may have to reduce some of those parking to make sure the rest of the property fits, but staff will coordinate with them to provide hopefully a plan that's least invasive for them and the patients. So this agreement again establishes the LUEs for sewer service on the property. It's based again on the current model. Right now they will be guaranteed 500 LUEs from day one, and then another 367 will be available 2036. Again, anything over the current LUE model will be at the cost of the developer to install and construct. The agreement requires the developer to dedicate the land easement for the Vibe Trail. Again, 45 feet in width. It's emergency access to this tank and the trail itself. Additional parkland and open spaces may be dedicated to the city via an easement, and those will be done at a later date. Again, that'll be negotiated within that 36-month time frame for the Lake Park Tract land use. So this is the development agreement. I just wanted to highlight again the Vibe Trail location. The DA is also going to reference the separate donation agreement for the water tank site. It's approximately 2.2 acres. That'll allow the city to expand its water capacity as the city grows. The city is also going to construct and maintain a 12-foot wall around this tank site. That is to help shield that property from flying to the main entrance of the hospital. If the city does not complete the construction of the wall, again, the developer reserves the right to construct that at their expense and be reimbursed by the city. Closing of the property on this agreement, though, will not take place until these conditions are met. The First Amendment to the roadway easement agreement needs to be executed. The grantee and grantor entered in this in 2008. This was an easement to provide access for the water tank site as the current kind of road that you see coming off of 1626. But we're obtaining alternate access currently. So once that happens, the easement will be converted to a temporary easement, and then that will be terminated December 31st, 2025. There also is an existing landscape easement around the existing tank site, but since they're giving us an additional land and that area is going to be constructed upon, that easement needs to be vacated as well. And so let me kind of show you the locations. The yellow here is the landscaping easement to be vacated around the current site, and then the blue is the existing access that will be vacated as well. So P&Z again made some recommendations. This was based on some last-minute negotiations and changes that we're going through. We wanted to modify some language to make sure that the table was matching the PUD documents and the DAs. And then they deleted the next 2 sections, 41, 139, and 146. They withdrew their request for those 2 variances. And they also made some changes to these exhibits on those pages to add some sign language modifications that we had made towards the end of it. And then staff recommended deleting the following section because, again, the LUEs were kind of dictated into the DAs and they're not really a zoning issue. So staff's council's options tonight are approve as requested, approve with the P&Z and staff recommendations. Option 3 would be to include those and any recommendations you'd like to add to this or changes, or deny the request. So staff is recommending option 2 or 3 at this time. So I know I ran through a lot of information really quick, so if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those.
All right. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? And I do have motion language from the city attorney to, if we wish to move forward to address those issues. Councilman Rizzo.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I'm glad you, Mr. Lutz, you addressed the runoff because we're getting ready to put down a lot of impervious cover. And I appreciate staff sending me the 2020 report, detention exemption study. I appreciate I went through it and it looks really, really good. But one of the concerns I still have is the tributaries coming down from the project. It just seems like they're very overgrown. And that kind of really concerns me because, well, it really concerns me, not kind of, it concerns me a lot because I'm worried about the flooding. After the 500-year flood event we had here in Kyle, we had a lot of flooding downstream from that project. So I think if we were to do a yearly cleanup of those tributaries, as a city, I probably feel better at signing off on this project, but it's something that I think we need to really keep in mind and be cognizant of, making sure that we're not flooding anything downstream because we're not taking care of those tributaries in that because of this project. Is that something we can do, Brian?
I think we can certainly look at the maintenance for the areas, but as Jason pointed out, we don't believe we have any kind of downstream issues related to the project. We had a study that looked at that comprehensively and indicated that there isn't any need for detention on the site with the way that it's been designed. So we can certainly look at some things, Councilmember Rizzo, of how we could upkeep some of that area a little bit better. But I don't think there's any needs to have any more work done on the drainage study.
Yeah, I'm more about keeping it clean. The reason why is that I was in that area when we had those really historic floods, and I saw a lot of the damming that took place. So keeping those tributaries clean would definitely help me put my mind at ease because we're going to add more water to this with this project. And I just want to make sure that we're doing our best as a city to make sure we're not flooding anybody downstream and when we can take all the precautions on our end.
Okay, we could certainly look at that. Yes, sir.
Councilman Rizzo.
All right.
I'm sorry, Councilman Zuniga. Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. Just want to add a few things. The hospital as option A, I think that's definitely what we would love to see here in Kyle. I think that's we would be very lucky to have another large hospital. I also noticed that the LEUs are going to be significant. Are we, just to be clear, are we paying the new adopted fees into this development?
Yes, sir. The applicant waived their request for the grandfathering of fees, so they'll pay whatever fees are in effect at the time.
So the immediate ones that they get were 665, which is $8.9 million.
Yes.
Is that money directly put in immediately, or is that put in phases as they're developing their use?
It'll be based on their plating, so it'll be phased. I think for the city's perspective, what we mean by guaranteeing them at this time is we modeled that track at 7.5 LUEs an acre, so they get a certain amount. If they exceed that, then it's up to them to install the pipe and all of that in order to get it to the plant. So that's what that means. But yes, it will be based on their phasing dates and their plat dates.
And then third question, I know it's a long night, but these are important things that I want to ask. In the agreements and in the how it's working together, there's some language that says the developer will build the road, or they will donate to the city the land and the city builds the road. But if the city doesn't do it, the developer will do it, but then be reimbursed. So why, it seemed like I wasn't really understanding what was the advantage of the land being donated to the city. The city then has to build that part of the road. But if the city chooses not to accept the donation, the developer will build the road anyway, but then require reimbursement from the city. So why is one better for the city versus the other?
Basically, it's just a timing issue and kind of worst case scenario. So we know the marketplace is going to be constructed as part of the road bond. They're going to give that to us. For whatever reason, if council chose not to accept it, then we would have to purchase that land from them and then build the road. The language about being reimbursed was added as just a precautionary. So say the hospital was ready to break ground, and we weren't ready with the construction of the road for whatever reason, either budgetary or delays in construction, then they need that road to function, so they would construct it and reimburse it. So that's more of a worst-case scenario. Again, we just kind of wanted to cover every aspect of this development and not leave too many liabilities out there.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro
Yeah,
Tem.
just real quick, thank you for touching on the impulsive cover, 85%. Again, there's going to be no retention pond. It's going to be a dam, and so forth. But it says here, P and Z, maybe you went over this and I may not have caught it. P and Z recommended to vote 6-0, modify specific sections 53 to 724, but also to delete another section. I was just kind of just trying to figure out what it was that they were wanting to take out. But I also see that they recommended the zoning change with the amendments to allow wall signage, canopy signs and roofs and everything like that.
Yes, so the two that they recommended to delete were variances to the code that they felt they didn't need. The developer felt they didn't need anymore, but we had already prepared the document, so we wanted to just clean it up from a staff perspective there, so they
So
incorporated
they
that in
weren't
the
taking
motion.
away anything, P and Z wasn't trying to take
No,
anything
that
away.
was just to clean up some language from a variance that the applicant removed. The language was added because we have kind of different sign requirements for I-35 overlay. They're a little bit more robust for commercial uses. Since part of the property is going to front I-35, but this is kind of a large development, and for all intents and purposes, it's going to be an I-35 project from kind of start to finish. They wanted to ensure that their signage applied for the whole track and not just what was in that 1,500 feet overlay. Staff was supportive of that. Their signs, we reviewed what they were requesting, and we felt comfortable with the signage that they were allowing. Again, we felt comfortable with canopy signs and wall signs. It's just, we wanted to make sure that this commercial development was being kind of treated the same over the whole project.
Okay. No, it was, okay. Thank you, Tracy.
All right, if there are no objections, I have the motion language from the city attorney that will accept all of the recommended changes from the planning and zoning, as well as amend the DA to remove any grandfathering that the developer may have originally requested for impact fees. Councilor Heiser.
Just a quick thing. I think in the past year, with every development we have approved or been associated with, has come with criticism. And the general public thinks that we, quote unquote, rubber stamp everything. And I think this is a great example of a project where the land that is at stake here is zoned multifamily and warehouse. So if we do not make this vote, the developer by right could legally build nothing but apartments and warehouses through and through on this land. And if there's two of the three things people hate the most is apartments and warehouses and traffic. So just when time comes tomorrow, when people find out about this development, just know that the other option is to allow nothing but apartments and warehouses. So.
Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. So I am really excited about a total of 30 acres that will be donated to the city of Kyle. Not everybody shows up in here donating, but they come here asking and asking and asking and squeezing our budget. So I'm really excited to see this development coming, and also to bring a hospital, which is so needed for our residents, because if you go, even for me to get an appointment with my own doctor, I have to wait for 2 months. So I'm excited to have options. Also, the whole parkland and the water features, it's something I'm really pleased to see during, in your development. So I just wanted to say thank you for the donation. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys are gonna come up with. And that doesn't come very often from me.
It doesn't. That's that's high praise. Councilmember Zuniga.
You said a very important thing, Daniela, the donation of land. That is something that I would love to see more of. Big developments, that will uplift the community, build it up, and work together with the whole city. And that donation of land for a good public use, for a park or for a rec center, for a community center. I mean, if you have that type of land, that ability to do it, you would make generational change. It doesn't have to be all this full, I need all the high density stuff. You know, you could do that, but also give some of that land, I mean, for good public use. So just saying, I think that was an important thing that she said.
It's called an investment. You're going to come to our city, make an investment in our community.
There are a lot of them on 150.
Well, I can even just add that I don't think many folks in the community are aware, but there's a major spring-fed lake that's there. So that's even in the midst of our historic drought that has stayed full and beautiful with spring-fed water. Right now, it's completely shrouded from public view and from public use. But once this project comes to bear in that major central park, which is going to be much more impressive than I think anybody realizes at this point in time when it comes to bear, it's going to make for a fantastic natural parkland amenity in the community. So, and to echo what Councilor Heiser said about that previous zoning, you can't overstate. And I know Mr. Sheldon. He's owned that land for pretty much a generation now, for quite some time, and he has had maybe 30 offers to buy it, to turn it into apartments and warehouses. The value of that land in particular for those uses is through the roof. So the fact that Mr. Sheldon has not only said no over and over, but then brought forward a development project that is this Class A, that, you know, we've said for the longest time that one of the projects we're excited about being a really Class A mixed-use project is the brick and mortar district, which I am excited for. We have invested in. This is a project to rival that in many ways. It includes provisions for 7 or 8 parking garages that have to be built concurrent with the development. So it's not surface park at all, and then maybe down the road we'll build parking garages. It's the appropriate density, the appropriate green space, the appropriate mixture of uses. And then in particular, the thing that I know may not seem to be high on a lot of folks' minds, but the thing I'm most excited about is the fact that the Vibe Trail is going to be incorporated into this project in such a way that it passes through the hospital underneath 1626 into Kyle Crossing and all the way to our downtown, so that if you live downtown and you're wanting to get to that hospital and you need to walk or whatever, or to the mixed use areas, you do not, or golf cart, you do not have to cross 1626 at Marketplace. And that was something that I've been trying to get done for 2 years there. Pam knows, Mike knows. And so the fact that we were able to finally make that happen just shows that they had a collaborative spirit. They were willing to work with us. It's going to be the neatest section of Vibe in the whole city, in my opinion, going all the way from the Public Safety Center down to our downtown area over time. I mean, think about the safety of being able to just walk or bike or golf cart underneath 1626 between major commercial centers, between residential areas. It's going to be great. I can't wait to see it happen. So.
Oh, last thing. Jason, doesn't this one have a conference center?
Yes, there's a hotel conference center. There's a provision that it could possibly be donated to the city at some future time.
Yep. And that's good as we start to move forward on a conference center proposal. It's good to have multiple viable sites for a conference center so that we can have some competitive interests there as well.
Can't wait for that hotel tax.
There we go. All right. So I would like to make a motion to approve agenda items 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and with the following changes. On agenda item number 28, the PUD zoning, to modify the PUD zoning ordinance to incorporate P&Z and staff recommendations as presented. And on agenda item number 29, to delete section 6.06 of the development agreement so that the water and wastewater impact fees are not grandfathered.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, second by the mayor pro tem, that we approve agenda items 28 through 32 with the stated recommended changes. Is there discussion on that motion? Mayor pro tem.
I want to say thank you to Planning and Zoning because they probably went through this with a fine comb. So thank you very much for going through it, making sure it's all done correctly and brought to us.
No, but their reps are all here if you want to talk to them.
I just want to say thank you to the owner of the land for waiting for the right development, not just taking and doing dumb
Just fine.
decisions. That's all.
Anyone else? Want to delay the vote? We want to postpone? What do y'all want to do? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Thank you.
Good job.
All right. Next, we're going to bring up 4 items together as well for the next of our big development project night. Agenda item 33, second reading. An ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, annexing approximately 38.0493 acres of land located at 301 BB Road in Hays County, Texas, including the abutting streets, roadways, rights-of-way into the incorporated limits of the city. Agenda item number 34, second reading. An ordinance amending Chapter 53 of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of rezoning approximately 101 acres to plan unit development to include approximately 72 acres of retail services and approximately 29 acres of multifamily R33 for property located at 301 BB Road in Hays County, Texas. Agenda item number 35, a resolution approving a development agreement for the Caraway Tract Development, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. And agenda item number 36, first and final reading, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas, approving the final project and finance plan, Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement, an interlocal agreement for the tax increment, and COLARs for the tax increment and reinvestment zone number 5. Ms. Vargas.
Victoria Vargas, Director of Economic Development for the record. We just heard about one development on the west side of town, and now we have another big development to present to you that we've talked about before, but this is on the east side of town. This is a project that staff has spent over a year and a half, maybe close to 2 years working on. We've poured our hearts into this project, and we feel that we've brought you the best possible project and that the developer can deliver for us for this side of town. And as you're familiar with the location, it is at the Caraway tract that's 100 acres on the northern corner of I-35 and BB Road. And as with the previous project, one of the road bond roads will be, that project will benefit from it, same as this one. This will be along the future Kohler's Crossing Road that will run alongside this development. So that's a very big benefit. The TERS board at 6 p.m. today approved the project and financing plan. So today we are bringing before you the annexation as the second reading of the zoning, the DA, the Chapter 380. The county has approved their ILA and also the 381 agreement. So they are in full support of the project. As we heard, they took action today, this morning. Just a reminder of the deal summary, the deal points. There is some, the right-of-way acquisition, storm drain improvements, public infrastructure, the 380, 381 contributions. And it's a good split between the city and the county. The city's putting in 76% of the incentives, and the county is coming in at about 24%. So it was a great partnership. We appreciate their support on this project. And the net benefit to the community over the next 30 years, aside from what the city's putting in, there'll be a $65 million net benefit to the city over the next 30 years. And we'll see that in property tax and sales tax. So there's a lot of benefits, additional benefits. It's a $250 million capital investment, 800 full-time jobs, 2.5 million in annual sales tax, and over $1 million in property tax. It's real important to note that this is also a performance-based agreement, and we do have some benchmarks that I'll discuss in another slide. But just a reminder from Council's previous action on the 5th of this month, there was a couple of 4 items that Council brought up, the certain conditions that they wanted met. And happy to report that the developer has agreed to all the utility lines along 35 to be buried. the developer agrees to this term. They agree to the term of that the impact fees will not be grandfathered. And also, there was some clarification we need on this item from council, the 10-year period restricted uses. So if council could clarify the car wash and gas station statement when you make your motion. And they have also, let me just go back, I didn't have a slide for it, but council also asked for 10% of retail space in the urban district must be owner occupied, and the developer agrees to spend time and effort in marketing dollars, marketing 10% of that urban district to small businesses with revenues under $5 million. So they have almost complied with everything that council has asked for. There was another exhibit in the DA that I wanted to bring to your attention, and this is just a couple of things that we wanted to clarify with the developer. After the conveyance of the land, there's some delivery dates that we put in here for the infrastructure, the sanitary sewer, storm sewer detention, and Kohler's and extension, and BB reconstruction. So we just want to make note that the city will use all reasonable efforts to construct BB and Kohler's within the time frame provided. But final construction schedule for completion will come as the project progresses. We will not hold up their project and for our construction. As I mentioned, there are some benchmarks. In order for the developer to receive their incentives, they must build 100,000 square feet of the retail portion before they receive any sort of incentive within the first 5 years. And then again, if they meet the 200,000 square feet benchmark within the first within the first 4 years, they must be issued site development permits. For us to issue the bonds. And then there's also a deliverable for the urban district and 300,000 square feet of retail space as well. So we just want to make sure that we put these benchmarks in there for you and the community to know that, if the developer does not perform these perform these benchmarks, and they will not receive their incentives. And again, just a reminder to everyone in the community and to council, the benefit of this project is the retail leakage that we see outside of the city and outside of the county. That's why our county partners were willing to participate in this agreement. So we don't have to go to north or south anymore when this project comes to life for our shopping and dining and entertainment needs as well. Just a couple of renderings, just as a reminder for everybody. This is the development. There's the urban district right in the middle. The name is still up for discussion, so that's just a placeholder there of the Vibe Park. But the Vibe will also be incorporated into this development, so it's nice to see all projects connecting to the Vibe, and soon the whole city will be on the Vibe. There's some other different viewpoints of the urban district where we will see some small businesses locate there as well. And it's very active, green space, walkable. It's a beautiful project. So I'll turn it over to Will to discuss the details of the next action items. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Will Atkinson, Director of Planning for the Record. These are going to be a brief presentation. Victoria did a pretty good job of going over what has already occurred. But the area in blue is already annexed. The area in yellow, which is about 38 acres, is not. And upon final reading tonight, it will be annexed. There was a vote from 6-1 at the 12-5 meeting. This is the approximate boundaries for the retail services in the R-3 base zoning, which is going to be further modified in the PUD as shown in the backup material. Here is a land plan showing where the multifamily, the vertical mixed use / the urban district, and the retail will be. You're looking at, as previously stated, 450,000 square feet, build out a commercial space. Multifamily will be no more than 426 1, 2, or 3 bedroom units. And then we have a circulation plan right here showing pedestrian routes, vehicle routes, and also the Vibe Trail. And in addition to that, they're going to be donating the Kohler's Crossing right-of-way and portions of the BB Road right-of-way so we can get our road bonds done as well. And some additional images for that are going to be included in the development agreement related to elevations for approval for the exterior of the buildings. We are going to be reviewing the CUPs, but we're going to be reviewing those administratively. Here's some elevations for the multifamily and the VMU. Some key variances and code modifications. As stated last time, they want a maximum height of 65 feet for retail height, a maximum of 90 feet for the hotel height, multifamily height variance up to 65 from 45, and parking ratios in the multifamily to be at 1.5 spaces per unit plus 5% for guest parking. And we also have a master signage plan, so we know where all the monument signs and multi-tenant signs are going to go. And we also want to make sure that in these documents, which we have, that we can allow for some roof-mounted signs in the as shown here in the pictures. And then, of course, there's restrictions on retail. This is what was in the documents. And then for as previously stated, the clarification in the motion will be greatly appreciated whenever y'all make your consideration. And then, yeah. All right. And that is everything that we have for y'all tonight.
Okay, and as a matter of a process as we move through this, it's been recommended if the council wishes to finally pass this, that we take the annexation vote first so that can be happened, and then we will take the remainder of the votes after that. But before we take those votes, does anybody have any commentary? All right. Well, I've got motions to make if y'all want me to make them. All right, the first is just on agenda item number 33, which is the annexation. I'd like to motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries 6-1. The remainder will be a motion to approve agenda items 34, 35, and 36. Whereas with the following changes, on agenda item number 34, the PUD zoning ordinance, gas stations are prohibited for 10 years. Car washes are prohibited, except that one national or regional brand is to be allowed and may not be constructed on a corner or fronting on I-35. And in Exhibit C, Chart 2, retail services adjust impervious coverage maximum to be on a per lot basis. And then with regards to agenda item 36, that we revise the documents as needed to exclude a portion of real property taxes from the county's road and bridge tax from being deposited into the TERS fund.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by the mayor pro tem that we approve agenda items 34 through 36 with those amendments. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. All right.
Mayor, if I could just take a moment of privilege real quick and just, first of all, thank the city council for indulging us as we went through all of this multiple times with you over the last few months. It's been a long effort for all of you, and I want to take a moment to thank all of the staff that have made this happen. This has been a total team effort to have this project come forward, as well as the Lake Park and Hospital project that you saw before, and finally to thank the developers and their teams for all their work. We spent a lot of time together, guys, on this, and we're glad to see these moving, and we appreciate everyone's help in making that happen. So thank you.
Okay. Can we do a 6-minute break? This is a good time. So we're going to gavel back in at 9:40. Is that okay with you, Councilman Rizzo? 9:40? All right. Thank y'all. All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order, bring up agenda item number 37, a resolution approving, and we'll bring 37 and 38 up together. 37 is a resolution approving amendment number 2 to the regional water supply contract by and among the Alliance Regional Water Authority, the agency, and the City of Buda, Texas, City of Kyle, Texas, San Marcos, and the Canyon Regional Water Authority, providing for agency to issue bond anticipated notes. Number 38, approve a resolution of the City of Kyle approving a resolution of the Alliance Regional Water Authority authorizing the issuance of bond anticipation notes for the City of Kyle, Texas. Mr. Moore.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, for the record, my name is Graham Moore, Executive Director of Alliance Regional Water Authority. Appreciate you having these items on the agenda tonight. We are going to seek some action at the end of this. I have a few slides I'd like to go through. And some of this was addressed and presented by Ms. Schmeits earlier when we talked about the appointment of City Manager Langley to our Board of Directors. So we welcome him to that. Just as a refresher, Alliance Water, we're a regional water entity that is formed to help resolve long-term water needs of our sponsors. We were originally created in 2007 as the Hayes-Caldwell Public Utility Agency and then converted to Alliance Water in 2017 through legislative action. We are wholesale only. We have no retail customers of our system, and we are governed by a 13-member board of directors that's appointed by the sponsor. So, as you did earlier tonight. As a reminder, who the sponsors are: the cities of Kyle, San Marcos, and Buda, as well as Canyon Regional Water Authority, who represents several different special utility districts and water supply corporations, including County Line Special Utility District. You see the proportional ownership of the system that's listed here. That's set by the contract. Kyle's share is 28.17%. That equates to the amount of water that Kyle will get out of the program, as well as the amount that it pays into the system. And the board representation is roughly proportional to that as well. So where we're at, I'm sure you recall, I was before you in November giving you an update that we have a shortage in the overall program of $46 million for construction, primarily related to cost increases due to construction and land acquisition. Again, City of Kyle's share of that is about $13 million, the 28.17% as set by the contract. Our intent is still to utilize the Texas Water Development Board SWIFT funds ultimately for financing this. However, those funds cannot be accessed until late 2024. And so what we're proposing to utilize are bond anticipation notes to fill the gap between now and when we can utilize the SWIFT funding. We want to get the projects moving forward as quickly as possible. We know that the city needs the water, needs the infrastructure in place, and so that's why we've identified this method as a way to continue forward with the development of the projects. Specifically, the projects include what we call the Segment C pipeline, which is the delivery of water to Kyle, to County Line, as well as to San Marcos, and ultimately it will connect and deliver water to Buda. We have a northern inline elevated storage tank that helps us with some pressure maintenance on that line, and then an administrative facility. So what we're asking of the sponsors, and I've got to tell you, we've been through 6 other entities have gone through the same presentation and ultimately have made the approvals of the items that we're asking for. And so you happen to be the final one on the list here before the holidays. We're asking for first an amendment to the original regional water supply contract to allow us to issue bond anticipation notes. Again, that contract sets the basis for which we operate, and so specifically the amendment would allow us to issue bond anticipation notes. That was not previously anticipated to be required, and so we were asking for that amendment. And then the second action item is approval of the bond anticipation note itself. We've gone through the process with Wells Fargo Bank in securing a bond anticipation note, and so we're seeking approval of those financial details. Again, for action item number 37 on your agenda tonight is the approval of the water supply contract. We add section 3.15 to the agreement that allows the use of a bond anticipation note. We believe by adding this into the contract, we are setting ourselves up for being able to refund this through the State Water Implementation Fund of Texas, the SWIFT funding, when that comes this next year. It still maintains the requirement for approval from all sponsor councils and boards, just like we've done on previous issuances and what we've done with this one. And then on the more detailed action for item number 38, the financial aspects of the bond anticipation note, we've been able to work with Wells Fargo Bank to secure this. Again, the total principal amount is $46 million. Kyle's share of that is just shy of $13 million. The interest rate that Wells Fargo has secured for this is 4.72%, so the total interest is just shy of $2 million. Kyle's share of that interest is $563,000. The interest payment would be due at the time of swift closing, which we estimate by Thanksgiving of 2024. So we've estimated that at November 21st. We are still investigating with the Water Development Board the ability to roll the financing, the interest payment in with the principal so that there would not even be an interest payment due in 2024, that'd be spread till summer of 2025. Don't have that affirmative approval yet from the Water Development Board, but we are working through that with them as we move forward with our SWIFT application. So I believe there are several options tonight and some ramifications potentially of those options. The first is to approve the amendment to the regional water supply contract to allow for the issuance of bans. And then the second action would be approve the issuance of the ban. If there were to be any amendments to the, or any changes to the amendment, that could delay the financing and ultimately delay the movement forward of the projects. So we've identified that as an option, but a concern. And then, of course, if the amendment or the ban issuance was denied, then that would have some delay to the moving forward of the projects. And so that's a primary concern. That's all the items I have tonight. I understand Mr. Mohit may have some additional slides to present about the impacts of this on the city's financial aspects. So I'll be happy to turn that over unless you want to go through questions on this first.
Just as long as in that commentary, there's something about the ratepayers and what that impact would be, that'll be top of mind for us.
So Mayor and Council, I just have a few slides to show you what the impact is on the city side. So understanding ARWA's plan for funding the $46 million cost increase, it's a two-step process. So step one, they will secure interim loan, the bond anticipation notes, for $46 million. The bond anticipation notes will be purchased by Wells Fargo Bank. The interest rate is 4.72%, which will accrue and will be paid at closing of permanent financing, and I'll go into a little more detail of that. The accrued interest on the bond anticipation notes is estimated to total about approximately $2 million. So that's the first step, the interim financing. Step two, ARWA is going to secure permanent financing from Texas Water Development Board's SWIFT funding program in November 2024. The $46 million plus the accrued interest on the bond anticipation notes will be added to the permanent financing. Principal and interest will be due each year. Each sponsoring entity responsible for paying pro rata share of their principal and interest. So what is the City of Kyle's portion? The city's share of ARWA project cost increase, here again in two steps, we are 28.17% in the total sponsorship. The up top, lines 1 through 3, is the total cost with the project cost increase and the interim financing cost of the bond anticipation notes. That will total approximately $48 million. Line 4 through 7 is city's share. Our share is 28.17% of the cost responsibility. Kyle's share of cost increase is $12,958,200. The interim financing cost for the bond anticipation notes is estimated to be our share, $563,032. That brings our total cost increase to $13,521,232 estimated on the bond anticipation notes. Step 2, the permanent financing. Here again, Kyle's ownership is 28.17%. Cost increase is $12,958,000. Interim financing cost is $563,000. Total cost increase $13,521,000. $13,521,232. Now we go into permanent financing sometime in November of 2024. The estimated Kyle's portion of the SWIFT bonds, which will be 30-year financing, will be $14,085,000. So this is the $13,521,000 plus issuance cost is estimated to equal about $14,085,000. The financing cost over 30 years, assuming the interest rate we are using, is going to be $11,268,369 for a total cost of $25,353,369. Mind you, this is estimated. We don't know what the final interest rate will be until ARWA goes to closing on the permanent financing with Texas Water Development Board. So here's the preliminary estimate of water rate impact of ARWA project cost increase. If council was to say, city manager, implement this, and whatever the rate increase is, go ahead and implement that. So with all things being equal, the rate increase is going to be between 4 and 5% system-wide, between residential, multifamily, commercial. So that's on item number 3. The estimated debt service payment from the Water Utility Fund will be about $900,000 a year on the permanent financing. So here's a historical perspective of what we have done so far with ARWA. So to date, ARWA has issued approximately $85 million in contract revenue bonds on our behalf for our City of Kyle's 28.17%. We have paid for the principal portion so far, $5.9 million, round number $6 million. The total principal outstanding balance that we are responsible for, that ARWA has issued on City of Kyle's behalf, is $78.8 million. That's before the new addition in November of 2024. The last column, I mislabeled it. It should say the average annual debt service that the city pays, principal and interest, on ARWA-related contract revenue bonds. It's approximately $4 million every year from the city's water utility. So that gives you a backdrop where we are today before the cost increase. Here's a history of our rate increase over the 10-year period. Water, the last rate increase in the 10-year window was in 2021 of 10%, and in 2022, 6%. Since then, we have not had a rate increase. And I'm also showing you the wastewater. Wastewater in the 10-year window had only had one increase in 2021. So in summary conclusion, just because we're calculating a 4 to 5% rate increase, we're not going to implement that rate increase right away. And here's why. The final rate impact and rate increase recommendation is contingent on these 4 factors: the growth in customer base over the next year or 2, the growth in system revenues that it will generate with customer growth, and the growth rate of our expenditures, operating expenses, capital expenses. We are undertaking a cost of service study this year. We have already issued the request for proposals. It's in our approved budget. Council approved it. We're going to do a comprehensive cost of service study and rate design for the water and wastewater systems. That will help us determine the cost responsibility between customer classes. So until we know that, I think it's kind of premature to implement a rate increase. We should wait for that. And then lastly, it is City Council's policy direction that we will implement, whether that's 3%, 4%, or council wants to do it over a number of years. So all those factors will have to be considered before we implement a rate increase. So that pretty much, Mayor and Council, concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mohit. Mr. Moore, does anybody have any questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
That kind of helps a little bit there, because the demand's going to be there, and that is a very big price tag, 13 million. But I think by explaining that not right off the bat the fees are starting to come, we have to see at which rate, correct? Because you're going to have to look at the whole survey, all the surveys that you're doing, if I'm understanding you, whether it's commercial, residential, new developments. We have to get those numbers first before we can even say it's going to be a 5% increase or 6 or even a 3, correct?
That's correct, sir.
We've got to see where the numbers are at. It's all prediction on the growth and so forth, but we already know it's there, and we're going to be needing that. So I think breaking down those numbers there, and also letting the residents know that, again, we are still growing and the demand's going to be there. So there may be in the future rate increases, to be prepared for that.
And you can see from this slide that I shared with council that given $85 million that we have incurred so far, and if you look at the rate increases, we've only had 2 rate increases in the 10-year window. So
Pervez, can you actually, just for this council to know, can you go back and say how many of these years we were originally, what slide you were just at, that one?
Yeah.
How many of these years originally were you proposing that we might have, were you setting council up to anticipate that this ARWA debt was going to cost us rate increases?
I remember 2020, yeah.
We had rate increases planned in 2018, 2019, and then 21, 22. And 22 was going to be at 10%. We were able to mitigate that and brought it down to 6%.
Yep. Because the numbers don't lie, and that's what we got to get. We got to get those numbers from these studies that you're proposing before we just throw out a number.
And another thing that I should have added on this list under number 4 is council just approved a new almost double impact fee.
Right.
So we have to see what that brings in as a non-rate revenue, so we know what the rate revenue impact should be on the customers. So I think the best thing to do, my recommendation, and city manager probably agrees, I hope, that we ought to wait and see what the cost of service study results show. We should at least wait until the next budget cycle to see what the revenue estimates are, what the expenditure estimates are, and then make a policy decision.
That also includes the sales tax for the general fund, correct? All of that combined?
Not technically, but it is. But the 100%, you have to consider the entire financial picture. Councilman Rizzo.
Yeah, Perez, I'm glad you brought up the impact fees, because I was thinking about that. And that's definitely going to be something that's going to help mitigate some of those increases. I know through the last 4 years, we've come up with creative ways to try to mitigate that. This is something that's going to help, but just in the future, seeing what can help, maybe even some federal funding, anything we can think of to try to mitigate some of those increases. Trying to keep the water affordable is important, and I know water's important for us. I know that you need water, and water's expensive, but anything we can do definitely helps.
And I don't know if council's familiar too much with SWIFT loans and how they work, but it is think of it like an endowment. The state of Texas has billions of dollars, multiple billions of dollars in an account that they use to create revenues for themselves, and then they use that interest income to offset our debt. So when we go and borrow, the actual interest rate that we're paying is subsidized which is part of why we are able to stretch out the debt service payments over the life of the growth without having to have too high of interest payments. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a subsidized interest rate.
That's correct. You borrow at the state's credit rate, and then they subsidize those rates even below that.
Right, state's credit rate subsidized
Plus the
below,
subsidy
plus the
below that.
subsidy. So
That's
it's the cheapest interest we will ever get is from a SWIFT loan, which does help. Councilor Heiser.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I had my hand up so long ago.
Sorry.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 37.
And 38.
And 38.
But I had
Thank
a
you.
question.
All right, I'll second. Motion's made to approve agenda items 37 and 38 by Councilor Heiser, seconded by the mayor. Is there discussion? Councilor Zuniga.
Yeah, so I just want to get back a little bit more. I know it's getting late, but I still want to do some math. So we're going to borrow 13 plus the getting in that SWIFT thing. We're going to get to 14 in principal, but we're going to add another 11 million after 30 years. So total, you're saying 25 million over in 30 years. That's what it took, right?
That's the principal plus the interest
So
on the loan.
it seems like we're running more into debt that way. Like we needed 13. We're a large city that can easily cough up a shorter period. And I get that we're getting a good rate funded by a Texas water department. But isn't there what is the alternative so that we don't run $11 million in interest?
Well, I think there's a couple of different ways to look at it, council members.
Because we really only need 48 million, right? We need to cough up 13, the other partners, or get more partners into ARWA.
Right.
So that they could cough up a little bit more. And we should be able to manage this in 10 years and save ourselves maybe $5 million.
From my experience, cities like yours, they're in high growth corridors. You know, one of the principles I've seen other councils set is they really want that future growth to pay for the projects that are coming for
Okay,
them. And
but
so by
if I have
spreading-
a credit card
but
and
so-
I don't want that to be loaded in debt with interest, then I pay my monthly payment plus a little more to the principal, right?
Right.
So I don't have to do this for 30 years. So then now we just ran up the books, which we're already having 78 million historically that we borrowed through ARWA, but now we're going to add another basically 25 at the end of 30 years.
So,
and I'm not trying to be rough, but I'm just thinking that how do I manage my household and we can't manage it up here?
Well, let me jump in and try to say something. I mean, we can certainly through the budget process give you different amortization schedules if you want to have a 25-year or 20 or 15-year, and then show you what the financial impact on it costs money to pay more on the principal up front. It's going to have potentially an impact on rates, but we can show you those models as we bring you that forward in the budget, so you can see how could you pay off the debt faster. It is an interest expense that you avoid in the future, but it's at the offset is the rate. What is the rate going to be required to make those payments for the water rates that we're charging? So we can
Right, but
certainly
we're not,
show you.
I mean, but we're cities, we're not going to default. So these are pretty much
Oh, no. Of
pretty
course-
guaranteed.
No, of course not. We're not going to default, but you do have to have the income streams coming in from the customers and the rate that they pay to pay back the principal and interest. If you shorten the schedule up and you're going to pay more principal, you will save money over time on interest, just like a mortgage, but your payment's going to be a little higher.
I mean,
So those are the things we'll have to look at and show you those options so you can help, from a policy perspective, the council can decide where do you want to be on that continuum.
Is part of the strategy that you're waiting the 30 years because you're going to add more customers and then you can spread out some of that debt? I
I
mean,
think that-
my thinking is starting to
of
kick in.
That's part of it. Part of it is the affordability of the rates, is to try to, it's a balance of looking at, I know that we had some comments about trying to keep the rates affordable for customers, as well as making sure that those generational equity type of issues of the people that are using the services are the ones paying for it. So if you're only here for 2, 3, 5 years, you don't want to pay a disproportionate share of the cost. You want the people that are going to be here for the 20, 30, 40-year period to pay their share. So that's the reason you stretch it out too.
Okay.
So there's a lot of
Sorry,
reasons
I'm-
for it.
You know, when it gets to the math and the money, I have to be, you know, I don't rubber stamp it.
questions.
So I want the answers. Thank
Well,
you.
another way to think about it, it's like using the mortgage analogy. It's like, you know, oftentimes the mortgage is the most secured asset you have, and you get the lowest interest rates. So if you've got money for a down payment, and you think, well, I can make a double down payment in order to lower my, you know, principal allocation and overall interest costs. Yes, you can do that, but you're paying extra cash at your cheapest interest rate. Whereas if you have other projects that you wouldn't be able to afford, you got to raise that money elsewhere. So the water and the wastewater funds that pay for this have a lot of capital projects that we cash fund. Wastewater interceptors, major water line improvements,
Right.
just a ton of infrastructure that cash that's very precious pays to deliver. And if we took that cash and made it to pay down this cheap interest so that payment would be lower and we'd save on interest, then we'd find ourselves in a position where we'd have to issue some kind of debt service down the road for projects that aren't subsidized by the state of Texas credit.
Right.
So this is like the one piece of borrowing that is at the height of all the borrowing we ever do. This is the pinnacle of like most affordable, best money that we can borrow.
So you don't want to pay down your cheap interest. Okay, I got you.
Pervez can contradict me if I'm wrong. but I
Tell
don't
me if
think
I'm
he
wrong,
can.
Perez. Should we pay this one down
No,
faster than 30
both
years?
of you are correct. So if we use up all our cash up front and not finance it, we will be having to borrow for something else that we must have to do on the capital side. On the same, just building on what Brian was explaining earlier, if we pay down the cost of assets that will benefit future customers of the city's water utility system, you are burdening today's customer with that bill, right?
Right.
So this way we spread it out over the economic useful life of that asset we're going to build with this money. So the expenditure stream matches with the revenue stream over the time, basically.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you.
All right, next up, agenda item 39, consider possible action for staff to implement a small business launchpad initiative, working title, to provide much-needed services to Kyle residents who aspire to be small business owners. Councilor Heiser.
Thank you, Mayor. I think something that's been a priority for us on council over the last year was how can we foster small business development and growth in our city, given the city is ripe for growth right now. And one of the hardest things from my own experience and talking to a lot of small business owners, the hardest things for taking that first step and the leap into small business ownership is that high barrier to entry, is lack of experience with doing a lot of the procedural elements of starting a business and how to navigate a lot of the red tape and therefore it discourages participation for people who want to start their own businesses. So one of the things that I've been thinking about lately and just based on things that I've heard every individual on this dais say over the past year was that the city can be doing something to help some of these potential small business owners. So that's what this item is all about, is trying to create a framework for how the city can create a resource center for people for residents who want to start a business in our city. So what you're looking at in the backup material is some ideas that were thrown together on what the city could do in theory, just some ideas for us to kick around. And I think ultimately where I would like to try to go with this is, because you have to factor in like what can staff, make a commitment to executing, like what does that program look like? So I think the ask here is going to be for, or I would hope that it is for Brian and staff to give us some options as to what he and his team can provide in terms of resources, time, how much money it'll cost the city, et cetera. Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any thoughts on the proposal?
Mayor,
Councilman Rizzo.
just want to say, thank you, Councilmember Heiser, for thinking about small businesses. Definitely something that, is important to the city. Small businesses are the lifeblood of a lot of cities, and they're important. Their employees are not numbers. They're known by their names, and they work closely with the owners of these small businesses, so they're treated with a lot of respect. Also, I just want to say that, you know, as a city, we've done a really good job of not overburdening our small businesses, either not implementing impact fees or regulations that add burdens to them. So I hope we continue that trend as well. But yeah, definitely in support of this.
Additional comments? Councilman Parsley.
Is this gonna be like a division for small businesses, or are we gonna offer like, it says one-on-one consultation, or are we gonna hire somebody to do the small businesses like division, or in order to be able to put it all together, or are we thinking about getting our department to do it?
Well, ideally, that's what staff is going to let us know. You remember the small business symposium that was done? And we were both here for the entirety of it. And think of all those resources that Victoria and her team talked about to potential small business owners. Think of that, bottling that up into something programmatic. So, we're hosting events potentially on educating people on how to go through paperwork to, file tax forms or building permits, how to do a budget. And I think, there's a lot of gaps that I hope, if it's feasible, that the city itself can fill and try to help lower that barrier to entry for residents who, want to dream a dream, per se.
So what we are going to, I'm so sorry. So if we're gonna, so what will be the direction? To start it, or like to direct like staff to look into what is?
Well, I think what I've heard from Councilmember Heiser is just a general interest in doing some things to help small businesses and to look at how we can do some additional programming to help them through our processes, or provide guidance about different issues that they may be facing. And I think those are things that we can do with existing staff, but have a little bit more programming around exactly the types of things we want to do and how we can make a difference. And a lot of these things that we've listed as just potential ideas are things that I know we've done in different ways here in Kyle, and I've done in other cities that I've been a part of, but just putting some more specificity around what we're going to do, what events would happen, and trying to bring that back to you guys with, here's a program, here's what it would look like, and then making sure you're comfortable with us getting started with that. So if that's something the council is interested in doing, we can certainly go back to the team and then bring you back something more specific to actually ask you to vote on. But I don't think it's additional staff, at least right now.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Harris.
Small business incubators, which is kind of what this is, are really successful in cities. I've seen some examples where it's really created opportunities and new business for the city. I'm really for that. I think it's an excellent idea. And it doesn't always have to be staff-driven by the city. There are things like the Executive Service Corps and volunteers within the city that offer their expertise. So it can be put together for very little money and under city direction, provide maybe some facility for that. But I think it's a great idea.
Mayor Pro Tem.
You're on the right track, Councilman Heiser. Because here's an idea, Brian, is we can start with grassroots, with just starting off with like a town hall meeting, or just on a Saturday or an evening, and invite different types of individuals, from business tax experts to starting your own business, to all the issues that comes along, or the processes that comes with filing applications. And you can make it like, start off by saying, again, anybody interested in starting a small business, come to this session sponsored by the City of Kyle and get that information there on what it takes to get, number one, how to formulate a business plan, what are the tax codes, what's the process of hiring employees, if there's any kind of employee tax that's gonna come along with it. And you can also involve the Economic Tourism Board that we have, have them get involved and give their input and see what they say, and then go from there. You can just build that kind of network scenario, and then you can build from there, and then you can bring other businesses that are there, that are in our city, and how we can, and maybe from other cities to come in and get some ideas. I think that's kind of what we're looking at on that end. And just, because again, if I wanted to start a small business, of course we have that dream, right? But there's a lot of little factors that come and play with that, from rent to lease to taxes to employee tax, everything else, So I think it's just that kind of thing and encouraging that kind of conversations, and even just having it here at City Hall and just inviting anybody who's interested and then starting from there.
Absolutely.
Even some of the kids, the high school kids that got small businesses out there. There's a couple of them in my neighborhood that just go around and mow grass, but they're doing really well, and it's just helping that kind of do.
Well, so my commentary on it is I think it's kind of interesting, these three big deals that we voted on tonight, because if you think about the process, the flow of how businesses are coming to the city through these development deals, you've got 30 people in a room working on these development agreements over the course of 1 and 2 and 3 years. They finally get all these agreements put together, they master plan something, and then they've got an entire team who goes out to these major corporate retailers, all of them experts, lawyered up, negotiating major leases, long-term credit deals, and then they come in and then they're operating, and as they're coming through City Hall for their permits, I mean, the people who are coming here are professionals who that's what they do, is they apply for and receive permits from the city, work with staff. That is small businesses that are trying to start something up. They're completely outside of that flow. And I know that from experience because I sat literally in those chairs trying to do a small business, and it nearly cost me my life. I don't know that I've done anything as stressful as on a council or as mayor as what I experienced trying to get permits to start a small business in the city of Kyle. And you don't know what you don't know. So I think the program you're proposing really tries to address right on those issues to help folks get the resources they need when they're trying to start up something small. So I'm also just completely in favor of it. We want to treat small businesses with a lot of respect and also give them help because they're not a part of that flow that's bringing lots of great business to the city, but it can be prejudicial against those who aren't nationwide chains and things like that. So, Councilman Zuniga.
Yes, I also want to add, thank you for bringing this. It's an important topic. I do like the aspect of education, workshops, and maybe in some way we have small classes like accounting classes or budgeting classes. Just helping these small businesses who may not know yet, how do they get through these types of barriers? How do you find financing? Because I've seen that some of the things that hold back an entrepreneur is getting that capital. So how do you find that money? And how do you manage the paperwork, right? So these kind of classes, I think, would be interesting to the public. Anybody who's out there who might want to see this as an opportunity to learn, and having seminars and bringing in small business owners, have them talk, but just have that kind of assistance would be helpful.
Councilor Hazard.
I just want to say one last thing. Spoon and Fork is a new restaurant that opened a couple months ago, and I honestly haven't heard a single bad thing about it from any resident who's, or a Facebook post, anything. And shortly after they opened, I was talking to the owner, and she spent 5 minutes just praising Lauren Lyons from our Economic Development Department up and down, saying how helpful she was throughout the process, because there were a lot of challenges that existed for this small business owner. And, you know, seeing someone stand in front of me and tell me how impactful someone on city staff was and how above and beyond they went to be supportive, like, that is the example that I hope we all can try to set, you know, moving forward when it comes to helping with small business development. And anyone else want to say anything? If not,
Well, I was just going to add to what you're saying that, you know, while I think we are really good at helping small businesses and entrepreneurs, what we're not good is branding that initiative and getting that word out. And so what I'm hoping that what you're proposing will at least incorporate is helping us to really get our footing around the idea of branding ourselves as small business friendly with resources and really putting that out as a part of one of our core competencies as an organization. So is that similar to the way you're seeing this? So when I did mine, it was first year on us. The acronym turned into FU, and so that maybe we need to do a little bit more research on that branding. But it was quite funny. So hopefully we can do better than that. You want to make a motion?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to ask staff, Brian and staff, to put together a framework for a small small business initiative program that's designed to help support small business development and growth.
All right, motion by Councilmember Heiser, seconded by Councilmember Parsley, that we direct staff to bring back the Small Business Launchpad Initiative and framework for
Working title.
growth. Working title.
Thank you.
Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda items 40 and 41. Resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas, amending Resolution Number 1366 and restating the City of Kyle's rules of City Council, providing for meetings, agenda, council proceedings, reconsideration of agenda items, parliamentary procedure, debate, decorum, and citizen participation at meetings. And agenda item number 41, discussion and possible action to hold a moment of silence after the Pledge of Allegiance for personal invocation or prayer. As you know, the city charter declares that this requires that the City Council create a rule book that we follow and that we reconstitute and reaffirm the rules and proceedings of our own meetings once every year after the last council member of any election is sworn in. That happened just a little bit earlier with Councilmember Harris now joining. So I want to, per the charter, bring the rules of council up and allow for us to have a conversation about that, as well as Councilmember Parsley has a specific proposal on the rules of council that they want to make. So does anybody want to go first? I have a couple like procedural things that I want to discuss, but I want to defer to you if you want to go off the top or if you want to go later. So, Councilmember Zuniga.
Yeah, so when somebody makes a motion, I find myself sometimes always wanting to say something before that motion. So how do we avoid that? So without me then making an amendment and then delaying the whole process here, where now we have to remove the first one, listen to my amendment, all because maybe I had a comment or two that maybe other council members would have wanted that information, or maybe there was important information to jump in before we got a little bit before we got ahead of ourselves and the motion's made, motion's already here, and now we're voting on it, or the motion's already there, and now it's kind of like what I have to say isn't gonna change or be as significant because I think we've already made that initial motion.
Well, the motions and the amendments is sort of part of the game we play.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the way that it works is that if you have the floor, if you are properly recognized, you have the ability to make a motion. The actual way that it works in Robert's rules is that we're not even allowed to take up the item without a motion. So the way that it really should work is that the item is introduced and presented, and then immediately there's a motion made. Otherwise, we don't take up the item. Now, that's not a rule that we follow, but the way the rules of council generally work is that it literally states that initially, when the item is brought forward, questions and comments that are of a fact-finding nature are to be brought forward in discussion, and then the debate portion is supposed to come after a motion is made. Because what you're debating, supposed to be debating, is the actual motion at hand. So if you wanted to try to make an amendment to the rules of council to say that a motion can't be made until everyone has been given an opportunity to speak, that could be a way to handle it. But I don't think I would be necessarily in favor of that, just because we all, making a motion at a particular point in time is strategic for everyone when they make it. For good and bad, it's been used in a way that I thought was beneficial to something I wanted. It's also been used in a way that's been detrimental to something that I wanted, but it's part of the game, is what I'm saying. But here's the thing. If a motion if a motion is made, I cannot allow for continued discussion until I have to call for a second. And allow, if there's no second, then the motion fails, and then we can proceed with discussion. But if there is a second, I'm not allowed to call the vote immediately. So you're always going to get your chance to make your arguments and claims. And there have been examples that I can give just in the last few meetings where there have been motions on the table, and then after discussion on the motions have been withdrawn or amended based on that further discussion.
And then the other thing is, there are some times where I will say a yes vote, but I really don't like the price. And a lot of this is like with designs, or we have to have this big design made that's $300,000-$400,000. But I'll say yes because I understand it's a very important thing we need. But I'm just not sold on a lot of the engineering designs. How do I break that and maybe say yes, but with protest? And I'm protesting large amounts of money.
Well, you get the floor.
I understand the need, but I don't understand the need for huge design fees.
Well, the only way for you not to be able to say what you want to say is for the question to be called. That's what shuts down debate and is the mechanism we use to stop us from saying. So if you want to say your piece on any particular vote, regardless of whether you vote yes or no, you're always going to be given the opportunity to do that unless the debate has extended to the point where the council is ready to vote and someone properly calls the question, which is outlined in the rules of council.
Because if we look at a lot of the spending on that comes, a lot of it is design fees, and it's only designs. And that's for many, many items.
Okay.
I wouldn't argue with that.
Well, that would be
And that's not even something of substance.
Well,
that's just something sketched
that would
and
be
drafted.
Okay. Well, on that note there, Zuniga, that's what you would state in your vote. You could say, I support what we're doing, but I may not like the numbers, the dollar amount, and so forth. So if you want to be on record by saying, I don't really care much for the design concepts and the dollar amount, but I do support the overall mission of what this agenda item is, you can do it in that sense. Okay? Because if you say, I support it, but are you really fully in support of it? Right. Then that would be a no. Okay? If you got any kind of reservation, that would be a no. If you're 100% supporting an item, then you would say, that's how I would do it. I mean, that's just me. So it's this, I know it's a conflict, like, well, I think we're spending about too much money, but then again, I do support where we're going. But the mayor is correct. When you make a motion and somebody seconds it, you still have the opportunity to have your discussion, to voice your opinion or make your statement. It's not saying that we're not going to talk about it. It's just that according to how we've been doing it all this time, after he reads the agenda item, if it's somebody that's presenting it, then of course, Mayor Mitchell would say, okay, I'm opening it up for any discussion versus stating with the motion. So the motion can always come right after that and somebody second it, And then that's when the discussions can go in play on that end.
Well, just as an aside, my goal is always to be predictable, right? So do we follow every single letter of Robert's rules? No, because the rules of council supersede Robert's rules. But do we follow every single thing that even the rules of council state? Not exactly. We follow the spirit of what it says, but what I try to do is always be predictable so that kind of how I'm going to handle it, and you're going to get your chance, or that you're not thinking, oh, he's about to call the vote and I'm not going to have had my chance to speak. So I will also say that I feel that our council meetings have been very efficient, very cordial, especially of late. We've been getting through an incredible amount of business with kind of a surprising efficiency of late. So I'm not really trying to propose any radical changes, because I think especially looking forward over this next year, that we are going to be efficient at going through and getting a lot of our business done, as well as making our voice heard in a productive manner. A lot of times when you start really, if you're like nitpicking on the rules of council, oftentimes it's a sign that there's something going on. There's some kind of stress or distrust within the board. So with that said, so one of the things that I wanted to bring up that I've heard from various council members at various times is that the process that we go through for doing proclamations is a little bit stressful. And sometimes there's situations where we'll have a bunch of proclamations on one agenda, or that some people don't really do a lot of procs, but other people do, and we all have different feelings about that, and we're always being requested for proclamations, maybe even more than we want to say yes to. So my proposal was going to be to limit the amount of proclamations that any individual council member can put forward in a calendar year, as a way of prioritizing, forcing us to prioritize what we truly care about and want to make a proclamation on. So my thought was to say something along the lines of 3 or 4 proclamations are allowed per council member per year. If there are 7 of us, if we all did 4, that's 28. So that's more than 1 proclamation at every meeting. And it doesn't mean that you have to stage them out. You can put all 4 of them or all 3 of them, depending on what we say, in one meeting. So that was one thought and one idea. Another thought towards proclamations might be that, say, for example, in the visioning workshop, a part of that is we all bring forward, these are all the proclamations that we've done historically and when they're at. We all discuss them sort of at one time and create a proclamations calendar so that everybody knows what proclamations the city is going to support. And we sort of close the book on the year. These are the ones that we're going to do. They can be more easily prepared by staff that way in anticipation. And there's this big question of, like, is it a mayoral proclamation? Is it a council proclamation? Is it a resolution, which is a different way of handling it? Is there 1 signature? Is there 7 signatures? We could put all that together in a schedule of proclamations. And then when we're bringing them forward, because they have everyone's blessings to bring forward these particular proclamations, they can come forward as being presented and written as a council proclamation with all council members and the mayor's signatures attached. And then we're all bringing them forward, as opposed to, well, I want to do this proclamation, or there's fighting or a desire to be a sponsor or co-sponsor on a proclamation. Proclamations just in general should always be things that are easily supported, not controversial. So those are the various thoughts I have on proclamations, if there's any appetite to make any changes. Councilor Heiser.
Yeah, I would just say on proclamations, I feel more comfortable with 5. Like, I think I only did 2 this year, and I don't really foresee myself doing 5. But also, I know that it is important to some council members to do a few more proclamations, and I just don't want to feel like, I don't want you all to feel like you're being limited, because the intention is good and pure when it comes to proclamations. So I would feel more comfortable with something like with 5. But I also, with that said, love the idea of sitting down during the visioning workshop and looking at creating a calendar. And, I'd be happy to give away 2 of my proclamations, if it meant that one of y'all got to do, when the time comes, if there's something comes up and, you have a new interest, or there's,
I just think of it from the standpoint of like, for the longest time, I was the one who sponsored the Hayes Caldwell Women's Shelter or Center. They do they do hunger and sexual assault, and I sponsored those for years. And then one day, someone came in and said, "I want to sponsor that item," and of course, I was happy to do that. But at the same time, I didn't want my support for that organization to be not noticed. And so for me, it was kind of what I'm thinking about now is like, how do we find a way to get all of us behind the proclamations that we care about? You know, there's a variety of them that we do. Some of them are more of an outlier, but there's some staple proclamations that we do every year. And I would love for it to be more of a unified presentation on those so that we can all participate, we can all receive credit, and so that Jennifer can have more time knowing these are when the proclamations are coming forward and how they're going to be sponsored and how they're going to be written. Just my thought.
I think that's looking forward and moving forward in a new year. I do like that idea because it's not so. I understand that some of us will have our own individual preferences, but if we somehow make it unified as a city, okay, and then have the city knowing that the city is going to bring a proclamation, let's say recognizing Black History Month, or Police Week, or something like that. You know, if it's individualized, it's one thing, but if we had something structured to where every year that the city will bring forward this proclamation, it's representing all of us versus an individual bringing its, you know, well, who's going to do Cinco de Mayo? Or do we need to do DC6? Or some people may want to do 4th of July. You know, it's like, you know, what are the most important ones that we have? And we can discuss that, but also, like you said, put on maybe look at its calendar. And if the person that would normally read it out, but it's a city-sponsored proclamation, then they can choose who would want to read it out loud, or just in that list, or the city reads it out. We can talk about that again, but just those ideas.
So how do we want to do this? Are we going to go through idea by idea and make a motion for the individual recommendations, or?
That would be the plan. Make a decision on this, then move to the next one.
So, does anyone else?
So let's talk about a
Oh.
divisioning workshop.
Yeah. Robert, did you want to jump in with any feedback? Because I was going to make a motion that.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about it more at the visioning workshop. I'm worried about limiting, I know time is something I would like to limit, making sure we don't have long drawn out proclamations. So making sure we are not going up there and reading a book, right? Just making sure we have a proclamation that touches on what the subject item is and going through it, making sure it doesn't take too much time. I think that's probably where we could benefit more.
Mayor, so does that need to go into a motion then? Because if we're not going to
rules
limit the number in council rules, and we're going to table that conversation until the visioning workshop, then would the motion be to?
Well,
I mean,
so
I don't really
we need
know
to-
if there's a motion, if we're just going to have a conversation at the visioning workshop.
Well, if we're going to go with the idea, there are two different proposals. One is limiting individuals to a number, and then everyone can sort of make those decisions individually and bring forward their own proclamations and do their own writing for those proclamations. Or the second proposal is for once a year, we create a proclamation schedule where all the proclamations for the coming year are lined out, and then they will come forward on the agenda without a council sponsor because that'll be something we've all agreed to. And then also it's sort of a closed book. Like, this is the year, for this year, these are all the proclamations that we're bringing forward. And then proclamations are not something that we're individually sponsoring in addition to those. So if you want to do that,
Yeah, I got
then
this.
you just need a motion to amend the rules of council to.
Okay, so
Say
just
that.
prefacing the eventual motion, I am fully in favor of having city-sponsored proclamations. Like, I did National Night Out, but I know that all 7 of us love what National Night Out does for our city. There's no reason that I need to be sponsoring that by myself. That should be a city-issued. So using that as the example, I think I love that idea of finding, of collaborating on what that looks like on a calendar. So just wanted to preface that so you guys know where this motion is coming from. So I would like to make a motion to amend the rules of council to limit council member resolutions or proclamations to 5 per calendar year.
That's the opposite of what we're proposing right now.
What? I thought we were talking about limiting, and then us calendarizing and having city-sponsored ones would make the limitation of 5 okay, because the city's gonna pull some of them, some of the
So
ones.
you want to do both? So there'd be, in your mind, there would be an entire schedule of all the proclamations that we're going to bring forward as a city, and then in addition to that, everyone gets 5 more?
No, I mean, I'd rather just do the first. That's what I was trying to ask before, is if we even need a motion, because we're not gonna amend rules of council. It seems like we would just be treating this as a normal agenda item if, like, a month from now, we wanted to put this up there for staff to create a calendar for proclamations. That's kind of what that feels like right now. It
Well,
doesn't-
that could be formalized in the rules of council. What you could say is, the motion would be to amend the rules of council to state that the process for bringing forward proclamations shall happen once per year as a part of a council-approved calendar of proclamations.
Can I add to that? So if we're gonna do it per calendar year, and they're gonna come from the city, then my request will be for city staff to read the proclamation, not a council member.
That's fine. They do that in San Marcos.
Okay. So no individual proclamations will come from us, they will come from the city of Kyle, and will be read by a staff member.
If that's what you want, that's not what I'm pushing for. I'm just trying to get some
I
uniformity
mean, it's not
around-
what I wanted either, but if we're trying to limit the amount of proclamations and having the debate and who's gonna do what proclamation, then, I mean, we can sit during the vision and workshop and decide what proclamations we wanna bring forward, and then let staff do it. I'll be down for that.
Well, they're not going to help, staff's not going to help us with this discussion. We got to resolve this one on our own. They're just going to wait for us to decide on how we want to do it, and then they're going
Just
to
jump into.
comply.
Yeah, so
Now-
I do like the.
comment?
Go ahead,
Go
Robert.
ahead, go ahead, Councilmember Zuniga.
I like the idea of creating a master list of the ones that we know that are always coming every year, and just putting those together, and somehow, because I believe there were some nights where we had 3 or 4 in one night, right?
There are some
And
months
sometimes
where,
they can stack up. Some
Right.
nights there'll be nothing, and
Right.
other nights.
and that's okay.
And I think I just need more details of how we will proceed with the readings. I do feel like sometimes the public would like to hear their council members, but I'm also not opposed to having city staff
But
read.
that's the same thing as like, okay, who's gonna do what proclamation? If the council member is reading it, chances are then it's coming from the council member, which is going to then create the debate that we're trying to avoid.
I think
Right.
one thing I could offer as potential help for the situation is we could go back and look at the number of proclamations that have been completed by the council this past year and maybe the last 2 years prior to that. Count those up for you. There's probably a lot of similar ones that happen every year, as you guys talked about. Pull those out and say, beyond that, here's some ones that we think would be kind of ones that you would want to have every year. And beyond that, what are additional ones that have been added to give you some ideas of the numbers of whether it's 4, 5, 3, whatever the numbers might be that you'd want to limit it to. I could bring that information back to you perhaps in the visioning workshop and see what you would want to do with it after you saw the numbers. So just offer that for food for thought as you're thinking through it. We're happy to help in any way we can.
Well, I'm going to go back to the original motion because I would like staff to create a calendar and pulling out proclamations that we do every year. But I also would like, any one of us up here would like to gets involved with a new cause or, a new group pops up and, we want to give them some praise that that ability exists. And it's not decided in a visioning workshop in February. But also,
I agree.
this is
I agree with that.
reinventing the wheel. All right, so we're not just going to sit in silence for any longer. I'm going to embarrass myself one more time with this one. I'd like to make a motion to amend the rules of council to for council to create a proclamation calendar during the visioning workshop once per calendar year. Okay so far? Additionally, I would like to amend the rules of council to limit the number of additional proclamations to 4 per calendar year.
All right, there's a motion on the table. We will have
Second.
made by Councilmember Heiser, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo, that we create a master list of proclamations that staff produces that will be brought forward, and then and sponsored by the entire council, and then also each council vote.
Can we add to that the master list will be read by staff?
That's where the extra 4, that's why I'm trying to bake in the extra ones, just because I'm sure there will things that will come up throughout the year.
Well, if the goal was to limit or sort of try to have some kind of boundaries around proclamations, which is my goal, we're going the opposite direction. So we're taking every proclamation that we've ever done, taking that off the table, and then we're adding a total of 28 additional proclamations that are available for us all to produce. So I don't like that proposal. My goal was to try to, let's bring this in so that we're not constantly having to deal with proclamations up until the last minute where things are being read that council members aren't even aware of, that they're co-sponsoring, that someone else wrote. Just trying to provide some uniformity around that. But anyway.
Can someone else take a whack at this? Because I'll say yes to just about anything right now.
Danielle, make a motion.
Can I would like to make a motion. If you,
So honestly, look, I'm going to be honest about this. Look, when we do a proclamation, it's usually because we're passionate about whatever we're doing a proclamation on that. The staff going to have that same passion because we're all passionate about different things, and we are the elected. So that's why I'm struggling with this a little bit. Look, I'd probably be better off limiting how many proclamations per year than anything else. But the other thing is I don't want to burden staff with a lot more work. I mean, staff is already working really diligently and hard. To add more to their plate it's kind of unfair.
can I make a suggestion? What about if we do 5 individual proclamations and any additional proclamation needs to be co-sponsored?
I like that idea.
Well, we still have the same problem of a couple council members sponsoring an item that other council members would like to be a part of and would like to receive whatever credit is being associated with that proclamation.
Then that could be something
I've just watched it cause hard feelings maybe a dozen times over the last few years, where one person jumps to sponsor a proclamation, someone else wanted to and wasn't able to be a part of that process because someone else sponsored it too fast, and it just causes hard feelings. I'm just trying to streamline that process. So it's,
First come, first serve.
What's that?
First come, first serve.
Right? I agree with that.
That's a very sad
Make a motion,
approach.
I'll say yes. No, I'm just
Well,
kidding.
if it's first
Okay.
come, first serve, we'll just leave it all as is and just let people just keep doing what we're doing.
Honestly, we do need to limit a little bit. I remember watching a meeting, there was like 4 proclamations, and the meeting went, I think the proclamations took about 45 minutes, really close to an hour. So there is cause to limit. I just worry about, sometimes I feel like us as council members should take onus. We don't have to create rules for ourselves. We should be cognizant of how many proclamations we're doing through a year, how long the meetings go. I really think we would, as council members, we should be doing a better job of limiting what we do.
All right.
Do we say 4 individual and everything else needs to be co-sponsored?
Well, that's an option.
Sure. I just don't want to have 7 proclamations in one meeting.
Well,
ever
but
again.
that's the thing. Nothing that we've discussed so far changes anything about the outcome of what's
Yeah,
coming. It doesn't solve the problem, and it also doesn't limit the amount of proclamations that we bring forward. So that's really not, if we really, deep down, we all want to, we kind of like the jockeying for the proclamations and what that is, let's just move forward. It's not the end of the world. We've handled it for years and years with a variety of proclamations, issues and drama, but generally we get through it without too much problem. I've never personally ever brought forward a proclamation in 7.5 years. The proclamations that I do are the ones that are requested of me and that I would agree to allow to come forward. But it's just not my thing. I don't like proclamations.
One thing we could do is maybe limit the proclamations to 2 per meeting, and then make sure that we've got a time limit on them, and it's on a first come, first served basis.
This sounds exhausting.
It's the schedule, creating the one calendar schedule is the least exhausting, uniform way for us to do it. And then outside of that, if you want to add a proclamation, you do it the following year. I want to add this one to the list that we read at this date.
But then that adds up to we are going to end up with a proclamation for, I don't know, Yellow Sky Day. Something that is what is even that,
But that's what the master calendar would be for, that we all agree to ahead of time. That's what eliminates the Yellow Sky Day and the purple polka dot day and the whatever else that we're talking about, which again, we haven't.
I'm this close to making a motion to amend the rules of council on the amount of time we can talking about proclamations.
Or cats.
Someone.
Look, we don't have to do anything. I'm just trying to make a recommendation for how to put some accountability on ourselves to reduce the amount of proclamations and also to solve the issue of us politicizing it amongst each other. The end. Y'all don't want to do it, so let's move forward.
All right.
There's a motion on the table. Do you want to vote on it or just rescind the motion?
What the motion was.
No, it was seconded by Councilmember Rizzo. Do you just want to
I don't
rescind
know
it?
what the motion was. Can you repeat it?
I can rescind.
Is that amenable to rescind? All right. So the other item that I wanted to propose, I can't remember what it was now. Gosh almighty. Tobias, we talked about it. What did I tell you? What did I tell you it was?
41. What happened to 41?
We're not there yet. No. I need a moment. That fried my brain, just that whole.
We're talking about the limited items for agenda items?
Oh.
Or we're talking about agenda items possibly.
Oh, that's what it was. So one of them was.
Public hearings and all that.
So I think one thing that has happened, it's not happening so much immediately right now, but in the past, it's been used where a council member will, so our rules of council state that very clearly that if a council member wants to sponsor an item, that council member cannot compel staff to do work ahead of an initial sponsoring of an item by a council member. That's what it says. Now how staff handles that rule that's really more of a staff question. There's some judgment and gray area there. However, what I think is dangerous for us to do is to bring forward an item sponsored by the mayor or council to propose something new without it being fully vetted by staff and ask for the city council to take some kind of actual definitive action on that proposal. Rather, a council-sponsored item should be always to direct staff to bring back a more, just like the conversation we just had with the small business initiative, I'd like to memorialize that in the rules of council that says that's the process that we follow. If you want to bring something up and make a proposal, you can do it, but you're limited on an initial council-sponsored item. You're limited to giving direction to staff to bring back a more robust plan or an action item any action items would come back from staff.
Second reading.
At a time of staff's choosing, frankly,
Yeah.
and we can direct it to come back, I guess, at any particular time. But
So, for example, exactly like with this small business initiative, we have the discussion and then we give direction to staff, but we also give it a time limit. And then once we get it back, then we can then vote on it then. Because I think what you're saying is if I brought an agenda item, real quick, if I brought an agenda item and it's for discussion and possible action, and this is the first time you've heard of it, because of course you got a quorum, and then you're really not understanding what the whole vote is or what we're trying to accomplish, this is what it confuses them on, because we're like, okay, this was my idea, but I still don't know exactly how to make the motion, but this is just, I want everybody's feedback. So you got 7 different types of feedback, and then you make a motion and they're confused. So I think what we were talking about is you bring a discussion item up front, and then we can direct staff, or we could just have that discussion if we needed to bring it back the second meeting for the possible action. Because it gives at least 2 weeks of figuring out what it is. And then if we needed backup material, then we can have the backup material available, and then we can make the vote from there. Because I don't see what the problem would be by bringing it back the second time for that council member to bring it.
Well, I
at
think
that.
when it comes back, it should come back fully by staff.
Yeah.
So when staff is ready, so let's say the Small Business Initiative Program, it doesn't have to come back at the next meeting because maybe they're not even remotely ready. But now we've given them direction, so it has to go into their list of priorities to bring back, so they know they have that direction. And at a time of their choosing, or at a time of our choosing, if we think we need to give them such parameters.
Like a 30-day window
Yeah,
or whatever.
they can bring it back, but it wouldn't be, when it comes back the next time, it's not still gonna be sponsored by Councilmember Heiser in this example. It's gonna be a full-on, Brian's in control, he's working with the Economic Development Department, receiving his direction not from one council member, but from the entire staff to endorse a one council member's proposal. But at that point, it's a part of staff's workflow, and we're all in charge of it, not just one council member.
So-
I think that process is a lot cleaner and smoother for staff, and it also makes me feel good because when I cast that vote, I know I'm sort of passing the ball off to staff and giving them direction to bring it back.
Yeah. So how would we put that in the motion there, well, for this right here? How did you want to go about
Does
it?
anybody have any objection to that as our process?
Well, the only thing that I worry about is the part where you said there's no time frame. I mean, so we could bring something forward. Say I bring forward, want council to look at speed pillows, considering possible action. Staff could wait 2-3 years before they bring that back. So it's got to be some kind of a time frame.
Well, so my thoughts are, like, it depends on it depends on what it is. So if there's a desire to put a parameter, that's always within our purview to do that. But that's not something we have to codify in the rules of council. When we're making a motion to give staff direction to proceed with a plan, if we feel compelled for a particular reason to give them a time frame around which we want them to bring back a report or bring back the action item, we can do that at any point in time. You look like you're ready to say something.
I just wanted to say, I think putting specific time frames in the rules of procedure, I would be concerned about that because it doesn't have the context of what's happening at the next meeting, what's already in the queue, what are we working on that's coming forward. And, we try to get you in and out in a reasonable amount of time in a council meeting. And we have a lot of other work that's going on that you may not have that context with. So I think provided that we can have a little bit of latitude of trying to put that in our work plan and bring it back in a reasonable period of time, that's what I would ask for. I think if you've looked at the Friday report and the action items that we have in that report, when you ask for something as a council or individually, we log that and put it on that matrix, and we put a date of when we're going to bring it back to you. But we try to build it into the work plan. But I think to your point, Mayor, if there is a specific item that comes forward and you say, we want it back on January 2nd, and this is exactly what we want, then we would know that. But I would just ask that it not always be every time they're going to be the next meeting, because you may not know the other things that we're planning. In fact, you won't know everything that we were planning for the 2nd.
And I think on that note, Mayor, if we do, let's say we make a motion to direct staff for this, or just for discussion, that when we bring it to you or we assign it to whoever, that then they would say, yeah, give us a couple of weeks or give us a month and so forth. And then we just look forward from there. We just know already that it's going to come within the next 30 to 60 days or the next two meetings.
Depending on the item,
Yeah.
some of them may be very simple that we can bring back very quickly. Some may take a legal review, some may take a lot of drafting of putting something together. It just depends on the
And then that individual council member who brings that forward can then follow up with you
Yes, sir.
on emails or whatever.
But
and
the
then go
goal
from
would
there.
be, and we will not allow, items to just sit and never to be forgotten. That's not what we want to do.
That's not good for employment.
That's not good for me. That's not good for you guys either, so.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't limit what we're allowed to bring towards the agenda, I'm good with it.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the rules of council under agenda, the B heading .1, to add language that states that council member sponsored items may not be listed for official action, but rather to be given as presented for direction to staff to bring back full-fleshed items at a later date.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, motion carries. Councilman Parsley, you want to go?
Sure.
All right. Yes, but. It's the yes, but.
Yes, but no.
All right. Hear me out. It's not what you all think that I'm gonna do. Okay, so on a day today, we all face situations and have to make decisions and take votes that affect us and affect the lives of all the residents of Kyle. Some votes are easier than others. Sometimes we argue, sometimes we all agree and get along. So my hope is that we always vote with facts and that we always do what's best for Kyle, not for personal recognition. So if it was up to me, I'll be happy to sponsor or ask for a moment or a prayer every council meeting, but I know that not everybody shares the same beliefs, and I completely respect that. About a year ago, I was really looking forward to bringing or inviting different pastors to do a moment or a prayer before every meeting, and then we saw what happened in San Marcos, so I really want to steer away from that. So what I would like to ask, because it's something that gets done in the school where I work, it's for a moment, 5-10 seconds for personal reflection or personal prayer or soul searching before every council meeting, so we all ask to whoever you believe or do whatever internal, whatever internal soul searching you want to do before every meeting or after the Pledge of Allegiance, to ask for, I don't know, for individual council members to do on their own some sort of prayer or reflection before every meeting. So we make the best votes that we can.
Okay.
It's not gonna be out loud. It's not gonna be directed to anyone. It's 10 seconds.
So the proposal is to have a moment of silence before regular council meetings. Is there commentary on that proposal?
Roberts, something.
Councilmember Rizzo.
Yeah, is it before the meeting or is it after the pledge?
Right after the Pledge of Allegiance. And I do want to make sure that this is not something that it just came from me. I know I have thought about it for a long time. I have discussed it with some of the council members in here plenty of times. But when Robert came back, he made mention of it, and I thought, okay, this is it. This is the sign that we need to do this together. And I know he said he was going to co-sponsor the item with me, and got lost in translation. So it will be just after the Pledge of Allegiance.
And it's really what we're asking for is just a moment of silence. You can pray, you can just take a minute to gather your thoughts, get your papers together, whatever you want to do, it's up to you as a council member. It's not something that we're mandating anyone to participate in or you're going to be judged in. You know, it's just taking a minute after the Pledge of Allegiance. Look, honestly, we take a lot of votes in council chambers, I mean, on the dais, and people don't always know where we're coming from. And I know for me, it's just taking a minute and just putting myself right and making sure that every vote that I take is for the greater good for the citizens of Kyle, not for myself or oneself. And I think we're all that way. Just a small moment of silence is probably just good to get your reflection before you get started in the meeting right after the pledge.
I got a comment.
Councilmember Zuniga.
So I also agree with what Daniela just said. Robert, when you came back, I told you that there was a resident that was reaching out, Larry Simone, about could we have a moment of silence. It's done in some other cities after the Pledge of Allegiance. And when you came back, I said, well, Robert's really involved as well with St. Anthony's, and would you like to do this? And I would support something like this. I think that we could all look for guidance. Our faith should be, you know, if whatever your religion is, this is not no judgment, but I think that just wishing good health and the best direction, because like you said, we do take tough votes here, votes that impact not just the people now, but the people before and after us. So a brief moment to gather your thoughts and have your meditation. I think that with all the violence and crime now in the world, I mean, it's beneficial to take a moment of pause and reflect on some good things.
And if you don't pray, you can just take a deep breath.
Any additional thoughts? Well, so we've done moments of silence a few different times under extraordinary circumstances. There being a death or a tragedy or some kind of something where the collective tension and spirit of the community almost demanded it. And so I've always been happy to do those. But I, really considered bringing religious elements to the council early on when I was in my first couple years, and really began to see that at least for myself, that's not something that I wanted to support, is the bringing forward of social and religious issues as much as possible. But no one's ever accused me of being really fast to change on a lot of those kind of things, so I may not be in the majority on that, but it's just been my experience that we do best when we keep those kind of things separate as much as we can. I think the proposal here is a pretty good compromise, because I do think that it limits that. But for myself, as far as some kind of religious act at the beginning of a council meeting, it's not something that I propose, but I totally fine with it. If we do it, I'll be happy to facilitate making that happen if it's the council's will. Councilor Harris.
Being my first council meeting here, I agree with the mayor that this is probably not something that's necessary on a every meeting basis. It's not something I particularly want to engage in, and would not be supported.
Councilor Heiser.
So I would like to be the first to utilize Miguel's new voting tactics of yes, but. So I would be okay with a moment of silence, but for the record, I firmly believe that religious elements should not have any place in government. That's kind of how I feel when we sit in this room here. But also, I don't want to take it away from someone who.
It doesn't have to be religious. It's
I understand.
It's up to
That's where the yes but comes. That's where the yes part is. If we're just going to call it a moment of silence, I'll live with it. My kids do it. It is what it is.
Well, it's
not a hill.
This is
I'm
the
gonna
ultimate
die on.
slippery slope. It starts with the
Okay,
menorah.
and honestly,
it goes
we
to a
don't
moment of
even have to
silence.
address it.
Then it's
Just give
nativity.
us
Then it's
just
prayer.
If
Slippery
we vote
slope.
for this, just give a few minutes right after you do the pledge. You don't even have to say, we're going to take a moment of silence now. Just pause for a few minutes, give everybody that opportunity, and move on. I'm just trying to see what's easier here.
Is it for us, or is it for the people in the crowd? What's the whole focus of the silence or the individual prayer? Because I guess we got to focus on what the overall goal is. Yes, we can come in and I can stay quiet myself when everything else is going on and think about, hey, I hope I have a good meeting. But I think that's kind of where I'm at right now. Of course, I've looked up some Supreme Court issues, and there's some that says, prayers are not not a violation of that, but it becomes a slippery slope when you, I guess if you do bring somebody up and say, I want to do a prayer, or, invite whatever it is, yeah, then that becomes a little bit different on that end. Because maybe not everybody prays on a Christian base.
Yeah,
So-
we're not bringing anybody up.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
but
That's
the
not even
act of
conversation.
asking everybody at one time to be quiet, bow your head, and reflect, it's a religious act. There's no separating that. I mean, I'm just going to be honest. It's 100% a religious act. And so it's just, we are headlong down the slippery slope path right now. We are bringing religious elements into this city council on a weekly basis right now. So for me, I'm trying to stop and say, no, we're not solving any problems. Rather, what we're doing is we're going down paths, because there's no taking it back. When you put a menorah on the square, you can't take it back the next year. When you start with a moment of silence, it's there forever. If you add and incorporate prayer, when you take it back, you just can't take these things back. And do we really want to take a split vote on an irreversible act to start our council meetings? I don't want to take a split vote, but I will. So. Motions?
It looks like it's about a 4-3, so I don't think it's even worth making a motion for.
I think the votes are there. I'm not trying to stop the votes. I'm just giving my opinion on it.
We can move on with the next item. I just wanted to have the discussion.
All right. Does anybody have any?
Why don't you make the motion?
I don't want to.
Contentious.
Well, here is the deal. This has been something that for like over a year and a half I've thought about bringing up. And I have seen the pros and cons of going and tying religious things to the city. I have talked to Paige about it a couple of times before. But, I go back and forth, like, should I do this? Should I not do this? Like, I don't hide it to anybody where my religion is. And every decision I make, I just pray all the time. And like that, I hope that I'm making the best decision, not for me, but for the city of Kyle. Knowing that the school where I work with does a second of, it's like 5 seconds of silence for personal acknowledgement or prayer, or I don't know, you look into yourself and like, hey, whoever you believe in, like, help me make the best decisions. I didn't think that it was going to be such a huge issue to just take a moment, not for, maybe for personal reflection. I would take that minute to dedicate the meeting to what I believe in, which is God. But if it's an issue for everybody else in this dais, I understand that. I just saw that, if we're bringing religious items to the city, I thought, well, maybe this is the best time to do it, since, the door has been open. But I will not be making a motion to do it, and I would like to move forward with the next item.
I would, thank you for saying, for at least for bringing it up to the agenda. I think it was very important to talk about that and have that discussion.
All right. Any additional commentary on the rules of council? All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve the rules of council as amended.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, second by Mayor Pro Tem, that we approve the rules of council for the next year. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, next up is agenda item number 42, consider nominations for selection of Mayor Pro Tem for 2024. Similar to the rules of council, Mayor Pro Tem is something that is brought forward after the last council member is sworn in. So rules of council and Mayor Pro Tem go together. For myself, I just want to state, I think Mayor Pro Tem Tobias has done an outstanding job in the role over the last year. Always been there whenever I needed, and never missed a meeting, as far as I know, not one. had at least 2 or 3 that you've had to chair, which I know makes it extremely challenging. So regardless of what the outcome is, I just want that to be stated. And also, I feel like this council is in a really unique place, one that we haven't been in for some time, where I feel like the entire body, regardless of who would be selected for Mayor Pro Tem, is most interested in the council coming together and is most interested in showing respect and deference to each other. Makes me more excited to serve with each and every one of you, regardless of what the outcome of this selection is. So with that, I'll open up the floor. Typically, what we do is make nominations for Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any discussion on that? Mayor Pro Tem, do you have comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the comments. Yeah, it was an honor to serve this past year. I know when city staff has asked me to attend specific events when you were out of town and so forth, I was there. I do arrive early. I do do my homework and follow through on a lot of the things, and it would be an honor to serve one last final time. But I also believe in the possibilities of equal opportunity. So if there's somebody else that is wanting to be nominated, by all means, I will respect that vote. But again, I really appreciated this past year of serving, and I hope I'm doing a good job and also making sure that council is led during the meetings appropriately and timely, according to the charter.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yeah. I mean, I've been here a year, but still kind of new to this. So, you know, I've looked at some other cities, and I really like the idea of having, allowing there to be an opportunity for every council member to be nominated if they, you know, were willing to accept the nomination for Mayor Pro Tem. You know, I do like that idea. And so, you know, I think that would at least be the path forward I would prefer. And it's never going to be an indictment on someone. I want us all to be able to gain that experience. And, you know, we're only here for 3 years. And I wouldn't want anyone to miss out, you know, including myself, on the opportunity to lead from a different position. And, you know, I think it'll teach us things that, you know, we didn't know, and it would be a great experience. So that's kind of my 2 cents on it.
I like that.
Councilmember Zuniga.
Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, I mean, you've been really good this last year. But I've also seen Mr. Rizzo, and now that he's come back, how involved he is also with the community, and it's really difficult because I'm close to both of you guys. But I think that I would like to nominate Robert because of his good compatibility with a lot of the community members, if he was open to it.
Okay. Councilmember Rizzo, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, just, you know, caught me a little bit by surprise. Sorry about it. Thank you for your words, and definitely love to be part of the community and involved. Honestly, I'm sorry. Gotta think about this for a minute. Look, it's not a title that is being bestowed on someone. It's a responsibility. This is the job of Mayor Pro Tem, is to bring council together to work diligently with the mayor and city manager. And it's an honor if you're nominated and voted in by your peers. It means that they believe in the work and who you are as a person. And I think that's what that title brings. It's a job, it's a responsibility. it's not a title. It's never about the title. And it'd be an honor to serve as Mayor Pro Tem, but only for a year. If council elects me, and the reason why is I'd love to see someone else step up and become Mayor Pro Tem, and it'll be my responsibility to help nurture the next Mayor Pro Tem. We've got a young council, and I'd love to see some of those younger council members rise to the occasion and be able to serve. And I'll leave it into council's hands.
Any additional thoughts? All right. Make a motion to appoint Councilmember Robert Rizzo as the next Mayor Pro Tem. Second. All right, motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Heiser. Is there discussion on that motion? I do agree with that commentary of moving it on, because, you know, there have been times when, very few times when we've had multiple Mayor Pro Tems on the dais, especially you coming into your first term. I think Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, both have served in leadership positions and will continue equally serving in those positions. It'll be nice to see that move on, and to have many of us who've served in leadership position and felt that burden afterwards. So for that reason, it's good to see the baton being passed and to someone who's not up for re-election and not subject to the curse of the Mayor Pro Tem and on election year. I think maybe you're being saved, Tobias.
Maybe.
I really do.
We'll
Two
see.
in a row that went down.
Yeah. We'll see.
Anyway, Councilmember Parsley.
I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Tobias for all the hard work and for representing the city the way that you did during the year that you were Mayor Pro Tem. I know that it was an honor to see you speaking and stepping it up whenever it was needed, always representing so well the city of Kyle. So it was great that you had it, and I was actually scared. I'm like, I hope that he moves it along, because I believe in that curse thing. Travis said no, it's not a curse. Well, you never know. So it is good to see it moving around, and I know that Councilmember Rizzo has already been a Mayor Pro Tem, and he did a wonderful job when he did it, so I'm looking forward to see you doing it again in the next year.
If I might just add, it was an honor to serve, because this is going to pass, and I don't want anybody up here to feel like you're put under some kind of pressure. We all have our roles. Robert's been Mayor Pro Tem before. He understands also sometimes the pressures that you got to have. But it was a true honor to serve you guys on the dais, and including the residents who did acknowledge me as your Mayor Pro Tem. I'll never forget that. And city staff, thank you as well. So I don't want anybody up here to feel bad about it. I'm professional, and I'm also mentally mature enough to know that this is just business, and it was a true honor, and I want to say thank you to all of y'all, and it was great.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. All right, we're adjourned.